Okay. Good morning, all of you, and welcome in today's session for the subject of salesmanship for class 11th and 12th. Here we are again presenting a chemistry building program for the same subject. And welcome to our both the resource person. Sunita ma'am is a well-known face to us, to all the audience as well. And we are having a new resource person, Vinita ma'am.
Thank you.
Vinita ma'am, welcome Vinita ma'am.
Thank,
Welcome Sunita ma'am.
thank you, ma'am.
Uh, so we are formally going to start about the our capacity building program, which is on the subject of salesmanship for class 11th and 12th. I request both the resource person to give your small intro, please, to all the audiences. Over to you, Sunita ma'am and Vinita ma'am. Let's start with the Vinita ma'am.
Yes.
Welcome, Vinita ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jyoti ma'am and Srita ma'am, for inviting me to this capacity building program. I am Dr. Vinita, and currently I'm working as associate professor with Jaipur Institute of Management, Noida. And I have a work ex of around 25 plus years. And initially, I worked in sales for almost 5 years, and then I've been teaching for last 20 years sales and marketing subjects. So that's my brief intro. Thank you so
So it is very good for all the audiences and to the CBSE also to have a, such a prominent resource person in the shape of in the name of Vinita Srivastava. She is Vinita Srivastava. She is associate professor in Jaipuria, right, ma'am? Jaipuria Institute, Noida.
Yes, 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 ma'am. Jaipur, Noida.
And yes, yes. Sunita ma'am, please
Thank you.
introduce yourself to the audience as well.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good morning to everyone. Namaste. Uh, my name is Sunita Gulia, and I am right now assistant professor with Global Institute of Technology and Management. It is in Gurgaon, and I have been pursuing the PhD in marketing also. And previously, I used to have work experience in Delhi Vocational Skill Education Department, and I am associated with this skill education from past 8 years. So I welcome every one of you to join our session on salesmanship. Today we are going to cover the subject code 831, which is salesmanship for class 11th and 12th. So I'll be taking class 11th initially, and Vinita ma'am is taking class 12th after
Right,
lunch.
right, ma'am.
All right. So thank you so much for the resource person, and I'm requesting to both the resource person to carry the program forward. Thanks to you.
Thank you, ma'am. So let's begin. So before we begin, I just want you all to write your name and which school you belong. Everyone, all teachers, please mention your name on the chat and from which school you belong so that we are aware who is our audience. And in the meantime, I start. So I'm going to cover certain areas like the core syllabus of grade 11 salesmanship as per the CBSE curriculum. Then we will be talking about certain ice breaking activities that in a classroom a teacher has to do to engage the student, to involve them, and then what all the resources and tools are required by the teachers, assessment criterias, some pedagogical skills that a teacher needs to learn in order to teach this subject, and how to browse the CBSE website to get through the previous year question papers, sample question papers, and marking schemes. So this is the agenda for morning. Let me first begin with the ice breaking activities. So in the meantime, I share my screen, kindly share your name. And yes, I'm seeing so many teachers. Sonali ma'am, Dinesh sir, Chimi ma'am, Neelam ma'am, Vani ma'am, Nishant sir, Pradeep Kumar. Great. So good to have you all on board. So I'm presenting my screen. So as we all know that salesmanship is a part of marketing studies, and it is a smaller part of marketing. So salesmanship entirely, like no organizations survive without sales. So sales is an important criteria, and salesmanship creates so many jobs for our students, and that is why this subject is really important. There are certain skills, attitude, behavioral changes that are needed by the students in order to involve in selling process. But before we introduce this subject, I think we should start with certain activities that we can, so that students can involve in our teaching and learning processes. So let me first begin with ice-breaking activities. Certain ice-breaking activities like games that are intended to help participants to get to know each other and foster a sense of community and openness. So we have to facilitate certain instructions among our participants. Our participants means our students. We have to build a comfortable and engaging environment with our students, encourage interaction and communication, break down social barriers and promote teamwork, set a positive tone for the session. And since this skill education is a practical subject, along with theory, it is practical oriented subject. So we have to ensure that all students participate, they feel comfortable, they involve, they interact, so that what all the barriers are there in their mind goes away. So we can start with some fun created, fun-filled activities like two truth and a lie. Here we have to ask the participants to share 2 to 3 statements about themselves. They can share 2 truth and 1 lie, and rest of the group team has to guess which statement is a lie. So we have to introduce this. We have to introduce the rule to the participants, which is our students. Then uh, uh, we have to share that each participants need to share 3 statements, and then the group has to keep guessing like this. It will involve a lot of fun, and student will get to know each other. The benefit it encourage creativity, storytelling skills, promote active listening among the students, engagement, and helps participants to learn interesting facts about each other. Then we can have bingo cards. Bingo cards, we can have like there are certain cards that a teacher can prepare in Canva, using Canva, and there are certain missing statement. A student can join that statement by using the bingo card, and we can create the bingo cards and distributes the handouts to the participants. And then the goal is to complete the row and column of the entire card by finding matching participants. And then once someone complete the bingo card, have a brief sharing session where the participants discuss interesting findings. This encourages mingling and conversation, helps participants discover a common interest and experiences, and break down social barriers. We can use tools like Canva, myfreebingocards.com, and Bingo Bakers. Speed networking. Again, this will open up our students. Networking is an important skills in salesmanship. We have to have a good networking skills, talking to people politely as per the situation, as per the audience demand. So this is just an initial start that we can first set up and arrange the room so that participants can easily pair up. We can make two concentric circles, like two circles C shape, and then rows of a chair facing each other, and then we have to give the instructions, like explain the format, time limit for each interactions. Then we have to have a pairing up and set the amount of time also, like 2 to 3 minutes. Then we have to keep rotating for 2 to 3 minutes. Two student will come in front, they will interact, talk about themselves, share the interesting fact, and then they rotate or move further. After some time, the participants rotate to the next person and repeat the process. The benefit is it facilitates quick and meaningful introduction, promote networking and relationship building skills, keep the energy level high, and fast-paced interactions. The next is who am I? Here we have to attach a name or identity to the participants back. At the back of the participants, we can write some famous person or characters person's name, let's say Sachin Tendulkar or Virat Kohli, and they must ask each other the questions. And then the person on whose back the sticker has been stuck doesn't know that who am I. So he's going to ask who am I, and the person, the partner will read out, give certain clues or tips about the person whom he or she is referring. In this way, the participants mingle and ask each other the questions to deduce their identities. Once someone figures out the identity, they can help others. It is like damsheras kind of things, and it encourages good interactions and conversations, develop questionings and critical thinking skills, add an element of fun and mystery to the session. Then we can have memory wall, and I'm sure as a teacher we must have created these memory walls for our students. Memory walls is like us, we have to use the sticky notes and pen to write about their best experiences in the market, whom they have interacted, and how was their shopping success story or brand success story. Like that, they have to mention it on the sticky notes, and then they have to paste it on the chart. And then we have to facilitate a group discussions about their memories, encouraging participants to share more details. It creates a visual and interactive way to share experiences, also encourages storytelling and reflections, builds a sense of community and shared history. There are certain students we know that who doesn't like to talk, but they are good writers, so they can we can get to know about them, such students, the silent one in the classroom, so that they can share their experience, and like this everyone feel comfortable and they come up with their thoughts and experiences, and hence we are breaking the ice. Next is show and tell competition. I'm sure in school we must have conducted such competitions, but again in salesmanship we can start with show and tell competitions. Like we can ask participants to bring a meaningful items to the sessions, and they can they can discuss about that particular item or a product. Here we are talking about a product. Each participants take the turn showing their product and explaining what is important regarding that. Then we have to allow the group to ask questions about that items. It can be let's for example, we can ask the students to get the air freshener. The air freshener has the green skills, it like it reduces the pollutions, and how we can make it energy efficient, and how we can sell that also. It will add on the selling skills to the students, so that they feel comfortable talking about the products, and they feel they are in themselves, as if they, it is not a compulsion. They feel very fluent and very easy to talk about that product. That is the only purpose. It encourages again storytelling, sharing, help participants learn about each other's values and experiences, and it fosters deep sense of connection. The next ice-breaking activities is common ground. Common ground is what is common among each other. So participants find out the commonality with each other and within a set of time limit. So this activity explains that the goal is to find as how many things in common with the participants as possible within the set limit. Then they have to pair up and then they have to discuss about the common interest, background, and experiences. Like, would you like to play cricket? Who is your favorite a cricket star? Like that, all that they can talk about. Then they can also talk about their interest in terms of career. Why do you want to become salesmanship? If even if we have taken this subject in skills, how can build on our communication or networking skills so that we can be a good businessman, entrepreneurs. All these skills foster the students interest, and after a few minutes they have to rotate and repeat this process. This promote again quick and deep connections, encourages active listening and engagement, and helps discover shared interests. Like this, we can have puzzle piece connections, and we can prepare the puzzle pieces using again the Canva, or there are puzzles which a teacher can prepare and hand out the puzzle pieces to each participants, and they have to connect and move around the room, finding out whose puzzle pieces connect with each other. Then, once a connection is made, participants introduce themselves and share a fun fact. Then we have to continue until the entire puzzle is assembled and most connections are made. It encourages mingling and interactions, teamwork, problem solving, creates a visual representation of connections made. The next ice breaking activity is 30-second portrait. Yes, this is again very fun-filled activity. We the participants, we have to give them a paper and a marker and pens or pencil, and for 30 seconds they have to draw a portrait of their partner. After drawing, the participant shares the portrait to introduce themselves, and this displays the and this actually add a creative and fun element to introduction, encourages laughter and a light-hearted interaction. It helps participants remember each other's name and faces. But yes, we have to remember that it has to be done in a respectful way. The next activity can be would you rather. Here, participants answer would you rather questions, choosing between two options and explaining their choices. Then they have to prepare a list. Would you rather, like question, would you rather have a tea or a coffee? Would you rather be an amazing singer or a dancer? Like this, we have to ask questions. And then the participants choose one option and explain their choices of the group. This encourages discussions. We get to know about each other more and the reason behind them. Again, it adds creativity, encourages laughter and light-hearted interactions. So, once this ice has been broken down, we have to, come up to our core subjects, and we have to tell to the students that if you tell, I mean, like this is one of my favorite quotations from Benjamin Franklin. If you tell me, I forget. If you teach me, I remember, and if you involve me, I learn. So we have to involve our students, and hence we have to begin the classroom, the teaching methodology using this ice-breaking activities. Let's come back to our core subject, salesmanship. Yes, I'm sure that by now it's been 2 to 3 sessions that we have conducted through CBSE online education training and salesmanship. We know our core curriculum, but still we have to, I have to tell you, what all units are there in this 11th grade 11th. So I will just keep it very brief. I'm sure most of you have the subject content knowledge, but still we will have a small kind of a refresher sessions. So first is about salesmanship. It covers about what exactly is salesmanship, essentials of sales, why it is essential, sales as a business. The unit 3 covers the preliminary stages of personal sellings, and the fourth is advanced stages of personal selling. So this is the core content of our curriculum part B. Let's talk about what is salesmanship. Salesmanship is a seller initiated effort that provides prospective buyers with information and motives or persuades them to make favorable buying decisions concerning seller's product or services. Salesmanship is the art of influencing or persuading people. As per William Stanton, it says it is an art of influencing or persuading people to do what sales representatives want them to do. For instance, contractors, teachers, ministers, authors, politicians, industrial engineers, etc., practice the art of influencing others to do what they want them to do. Every man is a salesman in his own walks of life. So that is true. So this is how we have to start with this subject. That salesman, it is not some rocket science type of subject. Each one of us has this kind of influencer art of influencing each others. And as a teacher, we all know that we have to influence our students, and hence the student have to influence themselves, and then they have to think about their better career. So selling exactly is a functions. In this, the first function is one has to take order. Selling, in first we have to take the order. So inside order taker, we have to take order. Then it can be inside order taker or a field order taker. So order can be within the company or outside the company. Outside is called field order. Then order creators, then there are people who creates the order, like missionary sales people. They actually creates the order, they talk to people. They like the education industries and all that. If the need is not there, they have to talk to the person, and they have to identify the need and want of the person, and then they have to create an order. So such people are called missionary salesmen. And another is order getters. Another salesman is like who gets the new business as a salespeople, customer salespeople, technical support people, and merchandisers. These are the order getters. There are certain characteristics of successful salesmen. Let's see. First of all, a good salesman has to be an effective communicator. Communication skills very important. We have to make our student understand that it is not just the one language. It can be your mother tongue, it can be Hindi or any regional language along with the English that makes you an effective communicator. The idea of communication is to share your thoughts, feeling, and understand it effectively, so without hurting the person in a pleasant way. So the communication has to be effective, has to be polite, and it should not irrespective of the mood of the customer. Then before then communication also involves ability to listen. One has to listen and understand the customer, the person whom we are actually giving our services. So we have to have an ability to listen to the person. A good salesman has a skill called inquisitiveness. A sense of inquisitiveness is like what you are searching for. Every time he has to search for, what best solution I can give to the person. So that a kind of solution oriented inquisitiveness is very important. Again, he is a problem solver for the customer. If the best salesman, the best selling is what you give back to the society, how you're solving the problem, then only people will connect with you, build a network with you. And because a good salesman is a problem solver, he's well organized. Like whatever the targets are given, whatever the deadlines are there for him, they follow that particular deadlines, and hence they have to have make themselves well organized. Then self-starter, and a salesman has to be self-starter. Like, the customer himself will, every time the customer himself will not come that I am looking for this and that. Even if you see a customer puzzled up, you have to go and talk to that person, and then we have to start the conversations, and then you have to come back to the product or service that you intend to sell. And hence the selfish finisher. Then it has, the good salesman has to have a positive self image, very important. As an individual, as a professional, positive self image is very important. If you don't have a positive self image of yourself, of your brand company, then you would not be able to cater the services to the customer. And then a good salesman has to be well mannered and courteous. So these are the certain skills that we all know. So I've just jotted down the further qualities of a salesman: physical qualities, physically smart, well dressed up, groomed; mental qualities. Mental quality and the clarity of mind is very important. He should not sound confused to the customers. What he wants to say, he himself has to first very clear about it. Then the integrity of the character, it is not just for just the one time selling that makes a good salesman. It The integrity is very important. The customer will only come to you once you are consistent in providing the good services. And there has to be have an integrity, a good worth, value, respect, and honor for the product and services, for the person. And hence the character has to be, it is not just the once I find this salesman, I could not find that salesperson any the next time I visit this store. So I should have a good, the salesperson has to have a good stability and integrity in his character. Next is knowledge of a product and a services. This is must for any salesperson. Has to have a good knowledge about the product, what they are selling, how this product has will create an impact on the customers in terms of their personal usage, in terms of the quality and services, in terms of customer services, and in terms of disposal of that particular product, and how it is impacting the environment also. That knowledge also has to be there for regarding the product and the company. Yes, my company, the knowledge about the company is very important, because customer may ask any questions about your company, the brand you are associated with. So this is must. Then the good salesperson has the ability to persuade. Again, through good communication skills, the person has an ability to persuade. It's like, if the customer is sounding very confused, we have to give certain solution to the problem or the thoughts they are dealing with, and then we have to give certain time, and then we have to give a call back, and again we have to persuade continuously, so that the customer at the end of the day will feel happy or willing to purchase your product and services. Then flexibility is again very important. At in initial interactions with the person, the customer, he may not be willing to purchase the products. That is fine. One should not has to impose the product and services to the customer, and when it has to be, we have to give certain space to the customer, so that they can think, they can actually themselves realize the need and want of that particular product and services, keeping the target audiences in mind. And that creates, give the flexibility in the mind of the salesperson, and flexibility for the customer also. Next quality is ability to estimate customers need and desire. The customer has to have, yes, this is very important for any marketing services and salesmanship services. One has to have a ability to estimate the customer's need and desire. What are the what the need can be very open, and need can be silent also. So one has to have understand what exactly the customer is looking for. The budget they are, the budget the restriction in budget, the quality of the services they are looking for, and the style and the texture, and what exactly they want. One has to estimate that by talking to the customers. And there are certain hidden desires also, that it should have certain colors and it should have certain designs, so one has to understand what exactly the customers are looking for. Then yes, for any salesman, one has to be ambitious. One has to be a good target oriented, so that if I achieve the target, I get something, bonus, or some rewards and recognition. So one has to be ambitious. One has to have a good business sense, enthusiasm, and excellent communication skills. That is must. So, a salesman contribute to society by acting as a stimuli in the economic process and by assisting in the diffusion of innovation. The salesperson will act as a consultant to the customers in the trust-based selling, whereas interactions-based sellings concentrates. So they concentrate more on making sales calls and closing sales. The salesperson has to act as a consultant at the same time have a customer trust-based sellings. I'm sorry. Let's see selling as a profession. So, what do you think a best salesman have? What all qualities a best salesperson have? There are certain negative qualities also. There are certain positive qualities also. Let's see the negative one first. They are constantly nagging me. This is what the customer says, or they are dishonest. This is a kind of perception an individual may have regarding the salesperson, that he is constantly nagging me, please go and purchase, please purchase this product. Or they may sound very dishonest, and I don't trust that salesperson tells me. So, this is the prejudice or a kind of perception a common person can have. But with proper communication skills, with flexibility, by creating need and want, one can have a positive attitude also. And they can be a very helpful, and I trust a salesperson blindly. So, what is selling? Let's see. So, personal selling refers to the personal communication of information to persuade a prospective customers to buy something. It can be goods, services, ideas, or something else that satisfy the individual's need. So, selling persuades helping another person. It examines the needs, provide information, suggest a product to meet their needs, and after the sales service to ensure long-term satisfaction. So selling is very important and helps the person to understand what exactly they want. They provide the information and suggest a product that meets their needs. Today, insurance salesperson, advertising practitioner, and used car salesperson are the three lowest job categories on perceived honesty and ethical standards. People say that selling is not trustworthy, greedy, and unethical, or cheaters. Think of your grandmother. Would you rather treat her in a selfish manner? So, would you sell her something just for the sake of selling? You have to, as a good salesperson, you have to tell the truth about what the product will do. Give the best price on the best product for the need. We have to we have to deliver on time and then provide outstanding follow-up services. Tell the customer if it's not the right product. So every time the falsehood and the deception doesn't work in sales as a salesmanship, because one has if one is not honest in telling about the truth about the products, what is their life cycle, what all benefit do they provide, the customer will not come back again. Once he may get fooled purchasing that product, but second time he may not come back. However, if you tell the truth, you tell the advantages of that particular product and how it is contributing to the society, they have they will build trust in your product. They give the best price about the product, and if the product is delivered on time, that is again a positive thing about your services, and provide outstanding follow up services. Like once the product has been delivered, then also you have to have a follow up services. So hence the customer services department is there, which actually takes the follow up and ask the feedback from the customers. And then we have to tell the customers if it is not a right product, then we have to give the alternative to the regarding the product. So this is the emotional kind of emotional intelligence a good salesperson can have. The golden rule for personal selling. So let's come to the personal selling. It is unselfishly treating others as you would like to be treated. Very important. One has to treat others as you would like to be treated in a most respectful way. Let's see different types of salespeople. There can be traditional salespeople, professional salespeople, and golden rule salespeople. This is what we are focusing at. So traditional salespeople, like what it used to be salesmanship, is they do what they think they can get away with. So whatever the product they have, they want to get away with it. They want to sell it off at any cost. Now, this is the traditional salesperson. The personal, professional salespeople, they do what they are legally required to do. And the golden rule salespeople, they do the thing in a right way. Traditional salesperson is guided by self-interest. Professional salespeople take care of customers. And golden rule, find out others' interest most important. So this is very important. And we are heading from traditional salespeople to professional to the golden rule salespeople. And we have to prepare our students to become the golden rule salespeople. Then what attribute and results to personal, then the traditional salespeople attribute results to personal effort. Like it is the individual effort that counts the most. For professional, it is the personal effort plus employers, customers, and economy, and it attributes results to others. It is not just your effort, it is the collective efforts. In traditional salespeople, it seeks recognition for efforts. Sharing not important. Pride and they are ego driven. Like my product has to go, my product has to be best, and it has to be sold off very easily. So, and the professional salespeople, they enjoy recognitions. They may share if it suits their purpose. It is again pride and ego driven, but the golden rule salespeople feel that an individual's performance is due to others, thus not motivated by pride and ego. So it is the collective. So it is not just the one person's effort, and hence the pride and ego is limited. Then money is life's main motivator. For traditional salespeople, these are the quality that we are understanding how a traditional salespeople think. So for money, it is like a main motivator. Money is important, but not the customer's detriment. So customers' feedback are also important here. However, in golden rule, service is most important. Money is to be shared. Let's see what is personal selling. Personal selling is a direct form of communication between sales representative and potential buyers with the objective of making sales and building customers' relationships. It involves personalized interactions where the salesperson uses their skills and techniques to understand customers' needs, present the product or services effectively, address any objections, and close the sale. And according to William Stanton and Walker, personal selling is the personal communication of information to persuade somebody to buy something. And the father of modern marketing, Philip Kotler, says personal selling is the face to face interaction with one or more prospective purchaser for the purpose of making presentations, answering questions, and procure orders. So, in other words, personal selling consists of contacting prospective buyers for product personally. So, there has to have an individual one-to-one interaction in personal selling. Personal selling involves two-way communication with the prospects. Prospects means they are the potential customers. They have not become the customers yet, but they may become or may not become, and hence we say prospects. That allows the sales message to be adapted to the special needs of the customers. Personal sellings, when combined with other element of promotion mix, it can give excellent results. So personal selling is, again, as you know, it is a part of promotion mix. Personal selling is an extremely effective but expensive form of promotion. Why? Because individual effort is needed. And it is like a one-man show. He has to have a good communicator, influencer in order to have a personal in order to sell that product and talk about the business. But it is again very important for an organization because personal selling plays a dominant role. As a sales, it is a lifeline for business. The ultimate object of all the product in factory is achieved through sales, and without sales, no business would survive. So personal selling further enhances that to relationship building with the customers. Let's see the different types of personal selling, the nature of personal sellings. Again, it is a part of promotion mix, as we know. It understands the need. So, very important, like to understand the needs and wants of the customer is the crux of everything. One has to understand the open need and the silent need of the customers. There has to be two-way communication. It is not just the salesmen who keep talking about themselves, about the product and services, uh, but it is about to allow the other person to also speak about themselves. So one has to give space so that other person can also share their worries and their need and want to how they look at that, what are they looking at, and what are their views about the brand. So let the other person also speak. Persuasive, yes, one has to have influencers kind of persuasion. Then demand creator, he has to create a demand even if that demand is not there. One has to create a demand. Flexible approach, educating customers, very important. It is not just that we have to impose things on the customer. We have to educate the customers. We have to talk about the benefits, what they get from that particular product and services, and why should they spend money to purchase your product. So one has to educate the customers, and once that purchase has been made, then one has to educate the customers how they can use that product and services, in what best way they can use so that they can elongate the life of that product and services, or how they can dispose it of safely, all that, and how well they can contribute to the environment also while disposing of that particular product. One has to have a broader concept and service element. So let's see the characteristics of personal selling. It is direct and face to face. Personal selling is direct and face to face. High communication control. Yes, communication is certainly controlled and it happens in a controlled environment. The feedback we get immediately. There is two-way conversation and tailored to prospect means it is as per the needs and wants of the prospects. We must have seen that various when car dealers and all that, they have salesmen who actually follow this personal selling concepts. They make the person sit on the round table and then they talk about their needs and wants. They talk about the features they have, they provide through that automobile and all that. So it is like tailored prospect. What exactly a customer is looking at, you have to provide that. Why it is important? It is important for industry because it creates demand. Personal selling minimizes wastage of efforts because it is actually targeting individually in a very focused way. It is rolled in introductions stage. Yes, as the product life cycles in introduction stage, it plays very important role. It results in actual sales, catches customers' attention, it clear pictures of a market, improving image, increase in profitable sales. So for company, it is very important, and hence the company hire salesmen. From a customer's point of view, it helps in identifying the needs. Sometimes customers are confused. They want something, but they are not sure about what exactly they are looking at. So it actually gives them a reflection in identifying what they are looking at, convincing and creating customers. Detailed demonstration, like a salesman gives the detailed demonstration of the product and services, and hence they get to know, they get educated, and through that motivates them to purchase the product. It educates the customers, and personal attention is being given, immediate feedback is given. Personal attention is like treating them well, giving, asking them the water, a kind of refreshment, very important. And then the feedback. For society, personal selling, it assists society, yes, convert latent demand. One is overt demand, and the second is latent demand. Latent demand is the hidden demand that is being created by the salesman. Then employment opportunity, yes, it is one of the best sales is the best revenue generator for any industry. So it actually require good salesmen and hence creates the employment opportunity. Mobility for salespeople, yes, and hence so many salespeople are needed for product standardization and all. Some examples of for personal selling, it is majorly used in retail sales, sales associate in stores helping customers choose the product, business to business sales, where representatives meeting with corporate clients to sell products and services, real estate agents, realtors showing properties to potential buyers and addressing their questions. So let's see. What are the benefits of personal selling? So, personal sellings provide personal touch. It builds trust and rapport with the customers through personalized interactions. It also provides flexibility, allows for immediate adaptation of sales strategies based on customers' responses. It provides detailed information, provides an opportunity to give an in depth explanation and demonstrations of the product or services. And from customer relationship point of view, it fosters strong, long-lasting relationship that can lead to repeat business and customer loyalty. And ultimately, it is the customer loyalty. Through customer relationship, we build a strong bond where the customers are retained through loyalty. What all approaches one can have for personal selling? First is stimulus response selling approach. Stimulus is like, a kind of thought or a need is created, a stimuli is created, and then the selling approach is there, like mental state approach, what exactly they are thinking, what is there in their mind, what is it that causing a confusion. That approach also helps. So what is exactly the mental state of that of our prospects? That can be an approach. Then need satisfaction approach. If if there is certain need and want that a salesman identify from the customers, then that need satisfaction approach can be taken up. Next is problem solving approach. It can be a problem solving approach. If any problem the customer is facing, then what kind of problem solving approach a salesman can provide. See, it is not every time that they have to sell the product and services. They provide the solution to the problem also. Even if something they don't want to purchase and they just want to have a repair of certain product or services, that also they provide through customer services or personal sellings. Or the next is consultative selling approach, like you act as a consultant. Yeah, you need something, you act as a consultant, you reach out that particular agency or a product, get that product, and then provide that services to the product. So you act as a consultant. These are the five approaches for personal selling. Let's see in detail the stimuli response selling. Here the salesperson provide the statements, ask questions, see the actions or through audiovisual aids and demonstration. The buyer responses are favorable reactions and eventual purchase, and continue process until purchase. There are certain approaches that are called IDA model. We all know that this is one of the best model. IDA is awareness, creating an awareness, interest, desire, and then action. Awareness regarding any articles, any advertisement through webinars and paid services. They can create this awareness using all the tools, marketing tools that are available. Through that, they can create the awareness, and interest can be created through web content, newsletter, social media, blogs, email campaigns. Then desire is through using white papers, like it can be brochures, ebooks, and microsites that can be created a desire. And nowadays AI, artificial intelligence, is also technology is used to create desires and interest using the social medias, and then through case studies, testimonials, data sheets, e-learning, feedback, star rating, all that is created, and that can create the action. The next is problem solving approach. One has to have define a problem. There has to be a problem, then generate new ideas, evaluate and select the solution, and then implement and evaluate the solution. Consultative approach, it create a connection to the customers, understand customer need, address customer needs, close the sale, and establish sustainable customer relationship. Third approach is need satisfaction. Need has to be identified and need has to be satisfied, and then the prospects become the buyer. Let's see sales process. So we will see step by step what is a sales process, appreciate the importance of process of selling, understand how prospecting is done, know how an approach is planned, learn the way to handle objection, identify the various methods to close the sales. Prospecting. In selling, one has to first prospect. Prospecting is identifying. I am looking for the multiple options, and hence I am prospecting. And next is qualifying. Whether that particular prospect actually qualify for my product or services, then we have to qualify for the, like, looking at the target customer. Then placing a presentation. And once that target audience has been identified, we have to create a presentation and place the presentation. Then, once the presentation has been done, a salesperson has to ask the feedback, objections, or doubts the customer may have in their minds, and we have to handle those doubts and objections effectively, and hence closing the sales. So, characteristics of good prospects are like prospects are potential customers. So, uh, for how we can identify a good prospects, first of all, the prospect has to be needy. There has to be a need and want already in that particular person. Then legally capable, yes, legally capable of purchasing that product and services. Has to have a paying capability, yes, they can purchase that product and services, and decision making power also. So that makes a good prospects. The next is knowing your customer. Steps for prospecting a customer. Yes. One has to understand, like, that is why we study consumer behavior. So, consumer behavior actually help us to know our customers well. So, the next step is prospecting a customers. References given by the customers, like, like, even if we are calling the customers, we have to talk about ourselves first, give the references of our company, share the purpose and intention behind why we are talking to them, and then we have to give the references to the customer so that the customer can have a trust. The next is references from the sales manager that they can have, networking, obtaining the database from outside agencies that deals in providing such data. So, how we get to know about the customers? So, this is we are sourcing the data. We are creating actually networks and leads, and then once that lead is done, then we have to know our customers. Whether that so first is leads are like, let's say the lead 100 leads are there, are generated, out of which the 40 prospects are generated, and then out of which only 5 customers turn up purchasing that product. So this pyramid is very important. Not all leads becomes the customers. In between the prospects comes, we have to talk about that particular product, and they can be, even if at present they don't become the customers, they may become our customers in futures. The next step is planning the presentation. Again, very important steps. Once you know the leads, you know your customers, you have to plan about the presentation. How we will share and educate our customers, very important. So one has to have a good environment for that, and good ambience so that customer can sit comfortably, talk talk to us and share their concerns and doubts. So, in planning the presentation, one has to decide how to approach the buyer. How we can approach the buyer is very important. We have to decide. Then we have to decide what questions to be asked. So, we have to ask, how that particular need is being created, why it is so important. We have to start with the question and answer, deciding on how to present features, uh, benefits and advantages of that particular that he thinks will satisfy the customer. So what all the features, quality, the service, the benefits, the extra perks they are looking at, so that he can think that may satisfy the customer. Then we have to decide how to demonstrate the product. In case finally the customer has decided, yes, I'm going to purchase this particular product and or services of this particular brand, then how how will I demonstrate the product? It can be through test ride, it can be through any demonstration, it can be through through audiovisual aids that we can demonstrate how to use that particular product. So all kind of all modes of demonstration has to be used so that customer If he's presently if he is present uh, in that presentation physically or online, then also we have to keep both things in mind so that we can demonstrate about the product. And once it is being planned, we have to place the presentation. The presentation has to be simple, it has to be convincing for the customers. It should be in a language the customer can easily understand. It should not use very heavy verbiage. It should be a common usage language so that customers feel comfortable, easily share their thoughts. It should be made from customers' perspective point of view. It should not be too technical with heavy verbiages. So that customer, because with that the customer may get confused. So it has to be prepared from customer's point of view. It should be a solution to the problem being faced by the customers. It should be solution oriented, and it should be an eye catching and involving. Then once the presentation is being made, one has to give the demo of that particular product. A good salesman has to explain the goal of demonstration and its relevance. So, any particular product or services, if one is using, one has to demonstrate themselves, engage with the audience. If the audience has any doubt or questions, did you understand this? Is it easy for you to handle this? Do you need any kind of help? I may assist you. So, like that, we have to engage in our communication and perform the demonstration step by step. It is not just that you are doing it for yourself, you are doing it for the other person. So one has to be slow and follow this and do the demonstration step by step. Use simple, clear language and visual aids to enhance understanding. Address any questions or concerns immediately. Recap the main points. Follow up to convert prospects into customers. The, Once the demonstration is done, one has to be ready for handling the objections. Now, how to handle the objections? See, there are people who are very upfront in talking negative things about your product and services on your face. So, such objection one has to be very patient. Listen to the customer very patiently. Do not need to interrupt them, so that the customers feel actually respectful, respected, so that I am not being paused or interrupted in between. So that has to be taken care by the salesman. Respect the views of the customers, give clarifications for the doubts raised, and respond and respond specifically to the objections. Then satisfy the customers and make sure all objections are handled with honesty and transparency. Yes, if some doubts are there, if some flaws are also there, even that has to be acknowledged first, and then that has to be corrected, and then that has to be one. There should be an honesty. The next step is closing the sales. Now you have handled the objections. Now it's turn to close the sale. So there are certain techniques to close the sales. First is affordability close, assumption close, conclusion close, specific theme close, future close, and alternative. We will see this. Affordable close, like whether the customer can afford this particular sales. Is it in his in his ability to close that particular purchase, that particular product? Then they can close that sales. Assumption close means, as of now, I may not be able to decide it. However, I will go back home, discuss this with my family, and I will definitely let you know that I'm whether I'm going to purchase this product or not. So I'm assuming the salesperson can assume that this person will come back, or customer will come back to me and close the sale. So there we have to close the sales using assumptions. Concluding, like once everything is sorted out, everything is concluding, it is confirmed, then one has to conclude the sales. Then special scheme closed. If certain special schemes comes up for that particular product and services, then only the customer will say that, I will purchase that product. So special schemes like during the festival seasons, we get a lot of discounts and all that. So special schemes are being run, and that can actually help close that particular sales. Future close, yes. As of now, the customer may not want to purchase the product. However, in future, maybe after 1 year, we can close it. After 1 year, I may get back to you and purchase that particular product and services, and then you can say that, that again the customer remain as a prospect only, not as a customer. So, so that we can say that that kind of closing of sales is called future close or alternative close. Alternative close means if that particular product is the one intends to sell to the customer, if that is not being purchased, we can give alternative to the customer. If that alternative is being provided, that we can say that close is called alternate close. Once the sales is being closed up, it one has to do the follow-up services. Make sure to make customer feel satisfied and delighted with the sales. Ensure proper installation is done and customer is comfortable while using the product, especially with the electronic products, and encourage repeat purchase and build customer loyalty. So follow-up is very important. We have to make the customer feel satisfied and delighted with the sales. The customer should not repent that why did I purchase this product. The customer should feel very happy and enthusiastic. Ensure proper installation is done. The customer services has been provided, and all uh, the paperwork is being done on time. And one has to encourage repeat purchase and build the customer loyalty so that customer feel associated with that particular brand. So what are salespeople paid to do? Salespeople are paid to sell, but they set performance goals for themselves, for their employers and customers. This is from very professional point of view. At the end of the day, they are doing this. You have become salesperson in order to earn a living and to keep your job. Very important. Then for their employers, because without generation of revenues the company fails. So for employers, salespeople actually generates revenue, and for the customers, because their products helps customer fulfill their needs, and through that only the customer satisfy their needs. So very important. So why you choose, if the student may say, if I don't want to become a salesperson or like that, why should I choose this sales as a career? Where the it is very important for us to explain to our students that it is an opportunity to provide services to the other, and services and products are the crux of the market. Everything is around that. So it satisfy your needs and wants, and hence we are providing you this services. The wide variety of sales jobs are available. Even as an engineers, even if you become an engineer has to sell that particular product about their website, through digital marketing, through whatever ways, social medias channels, they have to sell their services. So again, selling is a very important thing for uh, for transactions and generating revenue. The freedom of being on your own. Yes, if you're a good salesman, you can be on your own and you can earn well and you can climb the ladder in your career and achieve the success. It is the challenge of selling. Yes. See, every job has certain challenges. Yes, there are certain challenges, and we have to customize our services, our persuasive skills as per the current trend that is being going on. Then the opportunities for advancement in a company, the reward from the sales, and the reward from the sales as a career is financial and non-financial, both rewards that they give. Services to others, variety of sales job, freedom they get, challenges and advancement and rewards. Is a sales career right for you? The students may ask this question, or they ask this question themselves. So, what are my past accomplishments? A salesman has to be ready about sharing about the accomplishment that they have. What are my future goals? Do I want to have a responsibility of sales? Do I mind travel? Yes, traveling is also involved in sales. How much freedom do I want in the job, and do I have personality characteristics for this job? Am I willing to transfer in another city or like this? So all these questions a salesperson has to ask themselves, because selling may involve extensive traveling, it may involve extensive relocating from one place to another, certain kind of personal characteristics in the job, like one has to be ready to communicate with the others, self-starters, willing to go within the nation or abroad to sell about their product and services. So, what trait does the companies look for in their sales recruits? If a company hire you as a salesperson, what all qualities or a trait a salesperson must have? So, I have enlisted certain qualities, like a salesperson has to be mature and intelligent, handle themselves under pressure, good interpersonal skills, well well thought out career plan, can discuss rationally, friendly and pleasing personality, a clean, neat appearance is must, positive attitude, willing to work hard, ambitious, interest in employer's field of business. So these are certain qualities as a that employer look for. So a sales job is like pressure. It has a lot of pressure, and one should learn to know how to handle that particular pressure. Good interpersonal skills, very important. Understanding others, interacting politely, and understanding the others' needs and desires. And then one should know how to be friendly and pleasing, have a pleasing personality. Your appearance is very important, because that actually gives the first impression on the customer's mind. If you're neat and clean, you feel you get a sense of trust in that particular person. Positive attitude, willingness to work and help others, very important. So what makes success in selling? One has to have a love for selling. Service to others. What services you are giving to others? Use of golden rules. The golden rules are thank you, I'm sorry. These are few golden words that one should always use. May I, like this, asking permission. Then communication ability, very important. Characteristics of the person himself. What are the personal characteristics? The how the trust is being built. It is not just built through one interaction. It is being built by interacting more often. And if someone asks you for help, you should be willing to help, and that builds the personal character. Excels at strategic thinking, sales knowledge, and stamina for the job. So, success begins with love. Find a job you love and you will never work again. Very important. Services to other. A salesperson are dream makers. They actually make their own dreams and the others' dreams. Use the golden rule, like people like to buy, not to be sold. They want to buy that product, but want they don't want that particular product to be sold. Communication ability must be, it can be a verbal communication, non-verbal communication. Verbal communication is proper usage of the language, and non-verbal communication, very important, how you are appearing, your personal hygiene, how you have groomed up on that particular day as per the geographical area and region you are working at, so people feel more comfortable in interacting with you. Non-verbal communication, your gestures, your facial expressions, very important. How you make the person feel, like the smile on your face, very important. uh, then uh, then there are certain characteristics, and there are the salesperson has to be strategic problem solver for the customers, experts on everything involved with their products. And then one has to have a stamina, a good physical health, mental health, spiritually ready to take on this job. So very important, caring for customers, joy in work, harmony in relationship, patience in closing the sales, kind to people, morally ethical, faithful to words, fairness in the sales, and self-control in emotions. So these are certain characteristics. Let's see, what does a salesperson do? They create new customers for industry, for employer. They create new customers for society also. It sells more to the present customers, build long term relationship with the customers, provide solutions to the customers problem. They provide services to the customers, helps customers to resell product or to their customers. Selling and reselling, very important, help customers to use the products after purchase, build goodwill with customers, provide the company with market information. The future for salespeople, there are certain futures, like what are the future that salespeople can have? Conceptual skills, they can learn human skills, technical skills, as per the technology, how the technology is moving. They have to learn all these skills. International and global selling skills, cultural fluency, language fluency, ethical and professional behavior, customer relationship, and e-selling is the current trend. So this is the future for salespeople. Salespeople is not just the outdated; it is the ongoing and ongoing and on moving uh, mm, non-moving job as per the current trends. So these skills are very important for the salesman to learn as per the demand. With this, I close my presentation, the core presentation for salesmanship, grade 11. And I think most of you might also be require a tea or a coffee break. So let's take the tea and coffee break, and get back at 11:45. So let's meet at 11:45. Let's take 20 minutes break, and 11:45 we will resume our session, and I will take you through what all the assessment criterias that a teacher has to keep in mind for teaching these subjects, how they can browse the internet, the website, the CBSE website. Okay, just enjoy your tea and coffee break, and let's meet at 11:45. Thank you. So, welcome back once again. Let's resume our training session. I hope until now you understood how we have to, as a teacher, start this teaching this skill subject by using the ice breaking activities, and then we get to know about the information regarding the core subject, what all is there in this grade 11th four unit that we have already covered. So now let me just take you through the other thing. So salesmanship, projects and assignment. As a teacher, what projects and assignment we can give to our students so that they can learn through projects. So there is separate marks are there for projects and assignments. So now I am going to take you through that projects and assignments. Let me just present. The projects we can give to a student, the first is sales pitch and role play. Sales pitch is how they pitch in for the sales, and what the role play. Through role play, they can learn how to play certain characters. The objective of this project is to develop persuasive selling skills among the student. The student has to choose a product themselves. It can be a mobile phone, laptop, cosmetic, food item, etc. Prepare a sales pitch for 3 to 5 minutes, highlighting its features, benefits, and USP, its unique selling point of that particular product. Conduct a role play where one student act as a salesperson and another as a customer. Evaluate based on the persuasion, confidence, and customer handling skills. And as a teacher, we can evaluate how effectively a student is persuading, what is the confidence level and customer handling techniques. So this can be one project that we can give in salesmanship to our student. The next project, analyze a salesperson role. In this project, one has to understand the real life of a sales practices. So the task is a student has to interview a salesperson from any industry. It can be retail, insurance, FMCG. They have to and they have to prepare the questionnaire, what all questions they are going to ask to that salesperson, and like their daily tasks, challenges they face, skills required for their jobs, and student present. Then once it is being asked, the student has to prepare a report of a 500 to 800 words, and once that report is being prepared, student has to present the findings in the class. So this can be a second project that we can ask our students to prepare. Next is comparative study of sales strategies. Here, the objective is to learn how different brand approaches sales. So every brand has their own approach of sales. Like let's select the two competing brands like Coca-Cola versus Pepsi, Samsung versus Apple. Who all are their target audience? What are the approaches they follow? Then one has to compare their sales strategies, promotional activities, personal selling approaches, and then they have to submit a written report or a PowerPoint presentation. Either thing we can ask our students, and hence they can come up with various ideas and they can show the comparative analysis of the brands. The next is field visits to a store. This is must. Field visit, industrial visit is a must for skill subjects, so that student get to know the real world selling skills, what exactly is happening in the industry. Mm, so they get to know about the world of work while studying this subject. So either you can arrange a visit to a retail store, showroom, it can be electronic, clothing, automobile. Then you have to and ask the student to observe how salespeople interact with the customers, note sale tactics, customer engagement, and objection handling. Submit a report with key learning. So that they have to prepare the report of that industrial visits or a field visit, and then they have to submit this report. And I'm sure most of you must be taking your students to the industry. Field visit is must, or even if you are not able to take it on school's behalf, you can ask students to visit themselves. They can visit because it is these stores are easily available. Retail stores are easily available next to their home vicinity. They can visit those stores and observe certain things. You can give one checklist to the students, like where exactly it is located, how many footfalls or customers are visiting to that store, how a customer service executive handle or do the sales pitch with the customers, how do they handle objections, what all strategies or techniques they uses, so that can be used. The next assignment is in order to teach them the IDA model. You can ask the student to choose a product for advertisement and analyze how it follows the IDA model, like attention, interest, desire, and action. And once that once they write it down, that they write it down the report as per the IDA model. They have to write the assignment in 500 words and explain how the ad moves the customers through the sales funnel. The next assignment we can ask students is case study analysis. Case study analysis, where we can give various case studies like on Tata's, on Apple, Samsung, how on entrepreneurs, the current thing that is being happen, and how an entrepreneur sells their product and services that they actually create. Such case studies can be shared with the students, and we have to ask the question like, what sales techniques do they use, how did the salesperson handle the objections, and what made this strategy successful. Then one has to create a sales promotion plan. The next assignment we can give to a student is create a sales promotion plan. Student can assume you are launching a new product. They have to design the sales promotion plan, including discounts, offers, like sales pitch in for personal selling, advertising strategies, and submit a written plan written plan or a PowerPoint presentation. So these are the projects that we can give. I'll just reiterate: sales pitch in and role play, analyze a salesperson's role, comparative study for sales strategies, field visit to a store, IDA model in action, case study analysis, create a sales promotion plan. So these projects we can ask our students to do. And through projects, the students learn the most. Let's see what all resources and tools that are available for teachers. So through this presentation, you will understand the key resources and tools that you can use. You can enhance your teaching effectiveness, facilitate practical learning, stay with current trends, and promote student success. Importance of diverse resources and tools in teaching skill subjects. So one has to enhance learning experience. The learning experience, one has to prepare the real world application. What is at present that is being going on, like usage of artificial intelligence as a technology, digital media, the digital marketing sources, what all things are that is being used. So one has to have real world applications. One has to prepare for the real world application. One has to prepare the critical thinking and problem solving approach. Keep the curriculum current and relevant. Facilitates collaboration and teamwork and support continuous improvement. So digital tools and software that we can use is CRM software. Again, very nice CRM software. The dummy software, if you is available. If you type on Google the CRM software, that is available, and it gives you this another software. The Salesforce is one, HubSpot, Zoho CRM. So these are the software: Salesforce, HubSpot, and Zoho. These are the CRM software. The students can download that in their mobiles and can see, in real world how the sales actually happens. How do they manage all sales? Then marketing automation tools. There are certain tools that are available. Marketing tools like Mailchips, Marketo, Active Campaigns. These are also available. Social media management tools, Hootsuite, Buffer, Sprout Social. These are the tools that are available. And there are certain analytical tools also. Analytical tools in itself gives us the feedback. If I use the Google as a platform to share the information about my product, then Google Analytics as a tools is also available. That gives me, the data. How many customers have seen my product, how many customers have actually clicked onto it, how many customer have gone through certain pages, and who all have shown their interest. All this informations we get to know through Google Analytics, SEMrush, and Moz. Another content creation tools, like I said, usage of bingo cards and all that. So we can use Canva, Adobe Creative Cloud, WordPress. All these tools can be used for creating content, asking quiz, Akinators. We can use all these tools to ask quiz. Then online learning platforms are available for teachers also. Like certain courses are available for us to learn through Coursera, Udemy, LinkedIn Learning, and MOOCs. Free courses are available. Neptel courses are there, edX, Google Digital Garage, HubSpot Academy. These are the MOOC free courses that are available online, that where teacher can enroll themselves. And Swayam, even on Swayam portal, there are certain courses available for salesmanship. One can upgrade their knowledge through Swayam portal. Then webinars and online seminars are also available through marketing profs, sales hackers, and AMA, American Marketing Association webinars. These are online free webinars are available. One can get through these online platforms. Then one can have an interactive and practical tools. Interactive is how we can interact with our customers or among ourselves. So some simulation software are available, like Capsim, Simply Learn Digital Marketing Simulations. So these are the online softwares that are available. Then role playing exercise, very important in a classroom. At least once in a week, the role playing exercise has to be followed. One has to give certain situations to the students, and students should do the role play so that they enjoy learning what exactly happen in the real world. They can replicate the same thing in their class in some fun sort of environment. In case study analysis, there are certain case studies that are available on Harvard Business Reviews, HubSpot, Local Business Case Studies, and case studies are easily available these days. One can take the printout of these case studies and ask questions to the students, and based on the scenarios. There are certain multimedia resources available, like certain podcasts are also available for salesmanship, like Gary V audio experiences, marketing over coffee, the sales hacker podcast. These are the sales hacker podcast is very interesting, where the multinational sales person come and share their experiences, how they have handled certain situations, and what are the tricks and strategies and tactics they apply to reach the customers, to make the potential customers to convert the potential customers to actual customer. YouTube channels, we can follow the Neil Patel's HubSpot in digital marketing. All these are the YouTube channels that are available for us to learn. And once we all go through as a teacher through all these websites and channels, then we can ask our students to follow the same. Collaborative and interactive platforms are also available, uh, uh, collaboration tools like Slack, Trello, Google Workspace. These are the collaborative interactive platforms. Kahoot, Pedalet, Mentimeter, Akinators. These are the interactive. Through Akinators, we can build the quiz to the customer. We can, let's say, we can have one famous personality, let's say Indira Nuhi, as the head of the PepsiCo, and then we can ask the students about. We can ask the quiz from the students using the Akinators, and the student has to ultimately find out, who that famous personality is. The most valuable resources that all teachers have is each other. So without collaboration, our growth is limited to our own perspective. So these resources and tools, one has to be, even I urge that you all can also share, apart from these tools that I have shared, you can also mention on the chat that the tools that you use for yourself to upgrade your skills. And these tools are very helpful, and what all best practices that you follow in your classrooms. So my question to you is, as of now on the chat, you have to mention uh, what best practice that you follow in your classroom to teach this subject to students. So you can mention this on the chat, and let me just read out few of your best practices that you follow. Every one of you have to mention the one best practice that you follow as a teacher to teach this subject. You can mention the tool that you use. You can mention any best strategy that you follow to handle the classroom, to teach this subject, to have a command over this role play. Yes, Sonal ma'am has mentioned that she do the role play. Role play is very important, and once in a week this has to be done, and students actually enjoy this. Yeah, experiential learning, very important. And experiential learning comes through industrial orientation, field visits, and we can ask the experts or the guest lecturer to visit our school or class, and they can give the expert lectures. Group discussion, very important. Dinesh sir has mentioned group discussion, that has to be facilitated. We can give one topic to the group, and they can discuss what are the best thing, what are the positives and negatives, and then we can create a healthy discussions among the students. Then the, yeah, the practical environment, the case study analysis, very nice. Manisha ma'am has mentioned role play and group discussion. Shalu ma'am again, role play. So live examples from the surrounding, very important. Yes, live example is student have to themselves go back to the community, to the stores, and they have to observe. They have to have their own observations, and once they get their observation, they can come to the classroom and share their observations, and that is very relevant. Live examples. Then project based learnings. Yes, there are certain project based learnings that we can give to our students, certain topics and portfolios the students needs to create, whether they have visited the industry or any industry they have visited, or if they have taken the interview of an expert salesperson, then they can mention that as a report, and and read out in the classroom. Then all right. So one can also use the digital tools to ask the, a kind of PowerPoint presentation, the visual merchandising thing that they can do that. Then also the product presentation and like show and tell type of competition, we can do that for our students. Very nice. So I'm sure you all are efficient teachers and you are already using all these practices. So let's move further. Let's come to the assessment strategies that needs to be followed. So as a teacher, one has to have certain assessment strategies. How we can assess our students. So this subject is again divided, as the curriculum says, divided into three parts. Part A is employability skills. Part B, the core salesmanship, and part C is the practical. So how we will assess the students? There are certain assessment strategies. So we will get the overview of the skill education curriculum, understand the standard question paper, how the question papers are being designed, the marking scheme and evaluation schemes, how we can conduct the formative assessment strategies, summative assessment strategies, and feedbacks and improvement for our students. As a teacher, we should know how to give and take feedback. So in order to visit this website, this is the link, and I will share this link. I'm sure most of you know this. You can, even if on Google homepage, you type is CBSE Academics or CBSE Skill Education, you will get to the CBSE website, the homepage, and then you have to select the secondary level or senior secondary level, and you have to select the subjects. So for salesmanship, it is 831. You have to select the level 11th, and you have to go through the job roles and courses overcome, and you will get the curriculum. Part A, employability skills. Part B, the subject specific skills and practical work, and that makes the total marks theory plus practical. And you can download the curriculum from the topic. So I will take you through this website. I mean, like, showing is different and actually doing is different. So I'll take you through that website. So you have to open, you have to go to Google homepage, write it down, CBSE Skill Education. Department of CBSE Skill Education comes, and it will take you to the homepage. Here you get all the schemes of studies for 9th, 10th one, and for senior secondary level 11th, 12th. See, 11th, 12th. So I'm showing you the senior secondary level. What all options are available? This is there. Then list of skill subjects offered by CBSE. So list of skill subject offered in middle classes, secondary classes, senior secondary classes. So since the subjects belongs to senior secondary classes, I'm going to click on list of skill modules offered in senior secondary classes. So you will get to know about this. 801 retail, IT, web application, and let's find out our subject. 831 salesmanship. Yeah. And the job role is sales executive. We prepare the student for the sales executive job roles. Very important. Yeah, so let's go back. Introducing skill subject qualification compendium is career and education pathway. Each teachers, I mean, each one of us should know where is compendium and career education pathway. This is very important. Document prepared by CBSE, and through compendium we we get to know the career paths. So, after skill based subject in class 12th, what all career choices the student can make? We can show this to a student also. So, for retail, it is mentioned, IT, it is mentioned. Salesmanship, see, sales executive, page number 74. Control F, 74. So, let's see what all career options we can tell our students. Career in sales, see, this is mentioned by CBSE itself. And we can tell the same thing to our students that sales is a transaction between two or more parties in which the buyer receives tangible or intangible goods and services or assets in exchange for money. There are multiple types of sales approaches based on businesses and nature of customer. Some of them are inside sales, outside sales, B2B sales, B2C, B2B is business to business sales, B2C is business to customer sales, business development sales, agency sales, consultative sales, direct sales, account based sales, e-commerce sales through online platforms and e-commerce channels. Sales executive career path is initially they can start as a sales trainee, then they can get promoted as executive. So we are preparing student for executive level here. Then once they become executive, then they have a scope to become a supervisor, territory sales manager, regional sales or head manager, zonal manager, and national head. So the sales executive is almost the entry level position for the sales function, and the responsibility of the salesperson is proactively identify sales prospects in the assigned territory, then follow up on new leads and referral to generate businesses, demonstrating present product, negotiating contracts and packages, build and maintain relationships with client and prospects, attending trade exhibitions, conferences and meetings on behalf of the company. These are the roles and responsibilities that once our students get into the actual world of work, they have to do all these. And these are the industrial demands. And after consulting with the industrial people, CBSE has prepared this compendium. So then a salesperson has to build and maintain the professional network, achieving monthly, quarterly, annual sales target, ensure customer satisfaction through regular engagement, resolve customer queries, maintain products status reports, and including daily activities. Now, to be able to be successful in field of selling, the sales executive needs to possess following competencies. Here it is clearly mentioned, and we have to tell this to our students also. Have a clear understanding of each steps of the sales process. Be able to communicate effectively in variety of scenarios, and using the variety of medias in engaging, empathetic and people focused way. Have a sense of curiosity and willingness to learn. This I have mentioned everything uh, in my PPT. And one has to be creative, problem solver, have solid negotiation skills, be able to quickly build relationship with people inside and outside the organization, and must be ambitious and result driven. So education pathways that education pathway that a student can go through. They can enroll after 12, they can enroll in BBA sales and marketing, and then for in post graduation level MBA sales and marketing. There are certain colleges and universities that are mentioned clearly here, which provide a good education. And few of them are they have mentioned like Amity universities, IP universities, GT Goenka, and there are certain various schools, NIMS Mumbai. All these schools provide the good education, right? So this as a teacher we must know. This was all about compendium. Let's get back to the curriculum part. So Curriculum is on top toolbar. Yes, you can say curriculum. You can click on the curriculum. Middle level, secondary level, senior secondary level. So we'll click on senior secondary level and then scroll down to the subject code, which is 831 salesmanship for 11th grade. Yeah. So this gives you the curriculum overview, objective of this course. We will get to know as a teacher. Salient features are mentioned. List of equipments, very important. The list of equipments and materials needed. If we have a lab, what all equipments and material that must be there in our lab? A computer is there, LCD, projector, projection screen, whiteboard, then chart papers, sketch pens. These are the important equipments. Career opportunities is they can become missionary, they can become a salesperson. It can be technical selling, creative selling, trade selling, consultative selling, developmental selling, vertical mobility, like how they move. This we have gone through. This was all about curriculum. So let's see the part A. It contains the employability skills. Communication, that includes communication skills, self management skills, ICT skills, entrepreneur skills, green skills. So this is the part A is the, and this is common among all trade. Employability skills are common throughout. So in communication, from the basic level, one has to learn the communication skills. It can be verbal communication, non-verbal communication. What is the importance of speaking the grammatically correct English, the correct language, command over language, clarity in voice, pronunciation, punctuation. All this comes under the communication skill. The next is the self-management skills. Self-management skills where we teach students to prioritize their timetable, their to-do list, their thought process. What exactly at that particular present moment the student is required to do, that is called self management. They have to manage their studies, their career, their their physical, mental, emotional, spiritual growth. Everything includes comes under the self management skills. And we have to teach students that there's nothing like a success and failure. It is just a thought process, and it is just a mindset. If you don't accept the failure, it will not be considered as a failure, and you can keep thriving and achieve your dreams and goal by managing yourself, by continuously focusing on where exactly you want to go. At the same time, not too much of focusing on the ambitions, also not to forget enjoying the day, the present moment, the daily life, the family people, the friend, the teachers, and the family member around us. Everything we have to enjoy. It is all, self management is all about balancing themselves, balancing their life, so that student don't take any rash or decisions, that if they don't achieve certain things, life, there is an end to life. So we have to teach all these things, important aspects. The success and failures are part of life. Today, if we couldn't achieve something, next day we may achieve. So we have to use various techniques, strategies, keep evolving, learning, upgrading, and then ultimately we will and success is a journey. It is not a destination. One has to, if I am good at one thing, I may not be good at another thing. So one has to keep learning, and one has to keep achieving all the targets, and at the same time enjoying the small little light moments of the life. So this was all about self-management, and it includes prioritizing your timetable, personal, how to maintain your physical health, mental health, emotional health. The next come is ICT skills, very important. Even if the student has not taken the IT as a skill subject, then also ICT skills have become important employability skills. One has to have no good command over the computer. What exactly is computer made up of? Hardware, software, what are the input devices, the output devices, how to create a folder, how to manage its file, what is HTML. The basic of the ICT skills is must. How to use the MS Office, how to create a PowerPoint presentation, then how to give presentations, very important. And we have to teach each and everything practically to the students, not just as per the books and curriculum. We have to give hands-on skill experience. As one of you have mentioned, hands-on skill experience is learning by doing. So if I do it, I'll remember it throughout my life. So this is what is needed. The next is we have to tell the students that jobs are limited in the market. Then we can have how we can instead of getting a job, you can create a job, and that can be only done through entrepreneur skills. How you can take the risk, you can manage your finances, how you can build on the new business altogether, or you can run your family businesses. So what are skills are required as an entrepreneur? So that is again explained in entrepreneur skills. And the last is the green skills. In green skills we talk about environment sustainability skills. Now how we can earn profit, at the same time take care of our environment, to take care of the 3 R's: reduce, recycles, and um, so all these are very important green skills to keep the environment in mind while doing the businesses, keeping the environment healthy, carbon free, the waste free, managing waste. All this is very important, and through green skills only we get to know about sustainability skills, so that we can do the business using the renewable source rather than non-renewable sources of energy. The next comes the part B is our subject specific skills. As in subject specific skills, we have seen the first unit is salesmanship, essentials of sales, preliminary stages of personal sellings, and advanced stages, right? The last part, that also we have seen the projects and why is like asking questions, asking the students to prepare the practical file, or we can say the portfolios, and marks have been distributed, demonstration of skill competency via lab activities. So student has to demonstrate you in through lab activities. So marks have been divided, and so this is how it is. This is for class 12th. Yeah. So you get to know about this. This is for grade 12. Yes, salesmanship. Yes. In details, what is there mentioned, you can see that. This is the curriculum. Now, let's move back to books. So once the curriculum is over, you can move to the books. Many teachers faces that books are not available, so they are very much available on the CBSE websites. Senior secondary level, you can books and support material for employability skills. 11th grade books are available for class 12th also, and as per trade wise the books are also available. We will see for 831 salesmanship class 11th, and if we click on this the study material will come. So everything is mentioned very clearly. So with this we get to know how to explore the website. Now I just mistakenly shut down the website. Let me just reopen the website. Okay, now let's come to the sample question paper. Sample question papers are also available. For grade 11, we will click on class 11th, and class 11th, let's see if the skills of this subject is available. 831, yes, salesmanship. SQP, standard question paper, is available. See, for 11th class. Previously, it was not there, but now CBSE has made this available. Marking distribution, subject specific skill distribution, how marks have been distributed, that is also mentioned. So this is the sample question paper. General instructions, section A, objective type question, section B, subjective type question. See, this sample question paper is also mentioned. And to support this, the marking scheme is also available. This is the marking scheme. So I was just going through your comments, and Manisha ma'am has asked, ma'am, please elaborate the demonstration lab activities. Yes, yes, in demonstration lab activities, we can ask certain activities like, a role plays can be done in labs. So these lab activities can be done in laboratory. Like, we have certain products or displayed in the in one of the lab wall, so that there the student can go and demonstrate that, pick that one particular product and start demonstrating. And let's say an example of a retail, what is the layout of that particular store, that we can demonstrate through lab activities. Product designing and presentation, visual merchandising, what all themes that is being used, that can be explained. So these are certain lab activities. The first is product demonstration, show and tell competitions. The projects that I have told you can be done in, I mean, like not all projects, but not the real world projects. But once they prepare the project, they can come and uh, read out their report, and then we can create a lab or a kind of simulation type of lab where the real world selling environment can be created. What all things is needed for a salesperson to demonstrate or present, that can we can have a white chart, and we can have OHP presentation, and then one by one the student can come and present their own product, talk about their brand, or how they want to sell that product. All that can be done in lab. Okay, so please can you, okay, next is are these lab activities done in front of external examiner? See, external examiner comes, it depends upon the external examiner itself. CBSE actually, for external examiner, if they comes and while taking the 12th class practical, yes, they have to demonstrate in front of external examiner, but it depends upon the external examiner itself. I had an opportunity of visiting the external examiner, and then I have asked students that, this is the rack. Here are FMCG rack. Here certain products are available, and then you have to pick one product and start describing about the product, and then demonstrate what all techniques you will use to sell those products. So that can be done. Okay, so this this was all about the CBSE academics website, and I'm sure you get to know more about this website by exploring. Old question papers are there available also. So you can have old question papers, explore previous year question papers. Salesmanship for class 12th, it is there. You can download these question papers, old question papers. They are also available. So any doubt or queries that you have, you can ask. It is not downloaded. No, it can be downloaded. If you click on this, it will be downloaded. See, it will come like this, and salesmanship question paper can come. See, and you can download from here. It's a previous year question paper. You can easily download these papers in PDF format. So again, question paper comes bilingually in English and Hindi language. We can go through this. We can take the printout of this and give this as a sample to our students. So this can be downloaded easily. So Archana ma'am is asking, ma'am, are the students expected to do more than one project and practical file out of the suggested practical? See, project file is like portfolio. We can say a kind of practical file, and we have 4 units. So one project, one unit, one project. So 4 projects they can do. Unit wise, we can give the projects that will actually give the practical orientation at the same time this thing, plus any industrial visit, field visit additionally you are doing, that can be included. On the job training, if our students is doing, like, on the job training, so in few states it is must, they have to have some 80 hours of on the job training. They have to go to the industry and do certain hours of on the job training. That can also be included. So that can act as a project file. So more than one project, yes, one project is like not enough. Minimum 5 projects are needed. And practical file, yes, practical file and portfolio is very important for externals. Otherwise, how will the external judge the students' work, throughout the year, what they have done? So practical files are must. All projects are written on the practical files. Yes, and then only the external can justify giving them the marks. So let me just get back to this once again, the curriculum part, so that you can explain, you can understand, how the external marks is being divided. So this is the website, Salesmanship. Okay. So the curriculum says, so curriculum has everything in detail. So let's see part C. So part C is Most of us have doubt in part C only. So projects. So project is done through the projects unit wise. We can give the projects. Viva, what the external come and ask the questions. So there are certain questions already prepared by the externals, and if that is as per the curriculum, the viva has to be prepared, and then the practical file the student prepare. uh, See, project can be there is a difference between project and practical file. The project is actually it can be charts, it can also be a model that a student has prepared, that can we can consider as project. Practical file is what all the job assignment that you have given them, that has to be mentioned in a practical file. And then demonstration of the skill competency in lab activities. So if one has to, if I ask a students that this is a pen or something, and you have to sell this pen to the customer. So what all techniques you use? How will you describe about this pen? What all features you will add? What all new things? How compelling your communication skills are. So these are the demonstration activity. I will look at the body language, the confidence level, the eye contact level of the students, and the hand movement, everything that is included in in skill competencies, how well physically they are dressed up. Everything is kept in mind while demonstrating, as if a sales person is demonstrating in industry itself. So that kind of ambience we have to create within our lab, so that student can demonstrate in a similar way, that as if they are doing it in an industry. So for this 40 marks, yes. So marks for part A is 10, part B is 50. So total 60 marks for theory and 40 marks for practical. So this is how the marking marks have been divided: 60s to 40, 60 marks for theory and 40 marks for practical. Unit wise, yes. I will I may share this. If we have some group created, and networking is the skill. If we have if we one of us can create a group and can add all of us, then definitely I can share the assignments that can be prepared unit wise, and maybe that is feedback. Next time I will include this. I will include this in my presentation, that unit wise, what all assignments we can give to our students. Definitely, Archana ji. Or we can create a WhatsApp group, and then I may share that on that. But I'm sure, as a teacher, as per the unit wise salesmanship, the first unit is talks about the salesman. So any best salesman that and that or that you can relate with, you can give them that assignment. What do you understand by salesmanship? Then what are the essentials of sales? What are the essential qualities of sales is needed? That asking an interview, a field interview. There in second unit, you can ask the student to visit the store and conduct the interview of a salesperson. And then they have to first prepare the questionnaire, and then they have to answer their questions, and then they have to prepare the report. So what all a question, how the response will be separate for individual students, and then they have to combine, and they have to combine their report, and one has to analyze, what are the essentials for sales, what are the essential skills for a salesperson. That can be done. Preliminary stages of personal selling, how what is why it is important, through what all modes the personal selling can be done, what are the steps in personal selling in unit 3, that we can say and personal selling can also be done by demonstrating. Until unless one attempts themselves to do it on their own, it will be very difficult to just say, and very difficult to relate it, the bookish language. So one has to practically do this, and student have to themselves do this. First they have to visit the field or industry, they have to observe them, and then once they observe, they have to do that in the industry, and then once they do that in the industry itself, they can come back to the school and in lab, and they can just repeat the same process. So advantages of personal selling, advanced personal sellings, using the technologies, e-commerce, using email, um, all these are the advanced stages of personal sellings, without forcing the customers or compelling the customers to take the products. We have to influence them, the influential marketing, very important of personal selling. So these things can be used in unit wise, we can give them the projects. Projects, I have already shared projects and assignments, and I think I will reshare this because most of us have doubts in this. Market research survey. They can do the market research and survey, that they can get the customer data, analyze the data, knowing your customer, very important. And then designing a survey with relevant questions about the customer preferences, distributing the surveys to collect the responses, analyze the data using statistical tool. Like, once it is collected, how will you collect the data, the responses, using, you have to put that data from paper to soft copy, and from soft copy, what all statistical tools you can apply to get, the conclusion, and then you have to present the finding. This can be done. Brand analysis can also be done. You can examine the marketing strategies of a successful brand by understanding their market management, research the brand target. So these are the few projects that we can give. Marketing mix presentation, 4 P's can be included: product, price, place, promotion. Create a PowerPoint presentation detailing the finding. Present the analysis to class, explaining rationale behind each element of the marketing mix. Then the next project can be a pestle analysis. The pestle is again very important for any analysis. To study the market, we have to do the pestle analysis. It includes the political, economical, social, technological, environmental, and legal analysis. It can be based on any industries like automotive, technology, food, what all political situation, economic situation they face, research and analyze, and then present the finding and report, or present in format. Competitive analysis report like SWOT analysis can also be done. Identify and analyze the competitive landscape of a specific market. Let's say, there is one hypermarket, and there is one the local market. They can have a comparative analysis. What are the benefit of that local market, the kind of product that they sell, and what all the product and services that a hypermarket sells, in terms of price, place, promotion. All these P's can be included, and then they can analyze the competitors' strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats, both the local market and the hypermarket. They can create a SWOT analysis, prepare a report detailing the comparative and the competitive dynamics and strategic recommendation. Another thing is customer persona development. Until and unless we knowing your customer is the must for any sales job. So customer persona, one has to create the customer's persona. Consumer behavior is very essential to understand and create the detailed profile of a target customers. So if the product is there that you are intent to design, whom are you targeting? What are the market segments? So that is must, that is needed. So just a moment. Yeah. So we can create a customer persona kind of projects. Choose a product and service, conduct the research, ask the students to conduct the research of the different customer segments. Some like old age customers, the young customers, the school going customers, the college going customers, the kind of different segments, geographical segments that are available, and then we can do research and identify, like create detail, the youngsters, they love eating junk food more, so customer segments are different for junk food, and for a proper restaurant it is different. So target customers are very important. Then created different customer personas as per the demographic data, psychographic data, behavioral characteristics. Present personas in a visuals and descriptive formats. STP strategy, segmentation, targeting, and positioning, very important. That can also be done as a project. Imagine a new product, identify the market segment, select the target market, in positioning statement and strategies. Product life cycle, very important. At what, like personal selling is more influential in the introductory stage. So introductory stage, what all personal selling techniques can be used, like understanding the stages of product life cycle, select the product and analyze its life cycle stages, introduction, growth, maturity, and decline stage, suggest marketing strategies for each stage to maximize the product success, present the life cycle analysis and strategic recommendation in a report presentation. Digital marketing strategies, very important. And these days digital marketing is at boom, and we have to tell our students to choose a small business or create a hypothetical one, develop the marketing strategies like social media, what also. So in social media, which all platform they use, whether they use uh, Facebook, Insta, LinkedIn, which all media they use. Content marketing is at boom. Content, what all content you create and how will you sell that product. The search engine optimization, very important. The more you put, the more you search on Google, the search engine gets optimized and your product will come on the top. So how will you regulate the search engine? How will you do the? How will you optimize this search engine? Online advertising. How will you do? What are the paid advertisement, unpaid advertisement? Very important, including actionable steps and present the strategies. Student can present a report. Marketing mix plan. Again, 4 P's. All these can projects can be done. These are the practical oriented projects where a student has to visit the industry, the market, and they have to do some kind of research, and then they will prepare a report, and then they will present that report. So these can be the one. Okay, the next, how to apply a formative assessment in salesmanship. Is there a government job career as a teacher in salesmanship? Huh. It is salesmanship is a very narrow perspective. So the you have to, for government jobs and all that, one has to have a whole education like MBA as a whole, and then you have to see salesmanship is just a part of the management education, just a small part of it. So for government job it is a different, altogether different criteria. So we cannot relate that. So now you have to keep this in mind, that we are preparing a student to get the job, not to get the job. And government jobs for salesmanship is not our aim. Our aim is to make because most of our students, they opt for skill education because there is only few students are fortunate enough to enroll in higher education, to graduation, post graduation level. Most of them do not actually are not in a situation to pursue their education. Either they have to study simultaneously and work simultaneously. So skill education is to empower and equip them to have their livelihood at the same time study. So this skill subject will prepare a student to get ready for the world of work. For government job in long term, yes, they can do, but then there is a different course of education they have to follow, and they have to clear certain examination. Then only they are able to get the job, and that varies from job to job. So here we are preparing student for the market oriented job, the salesmanship type of job. The formative assessments are the unit kind of unit test that we ask our students, like after each unit, the we can ask the questions in the form of quiz, in the form of activities. See, for each section we can have formative assessment. For employability skills, we can ask the students to demonstrate certain type of communication, certain type of body languages, and the kind of personality that a good salesman has to have. That if they demonstrate that personality, that can become a part of employability skills. Then the subject specific skills, the question and answer that are mentioned at the back of each unit, that can be a kind of formative assessment. We have to, when we are going or reading that particular unit, the questions are mentioned, the sessional question after each session. So if we can conduct the formative assessment using our CBSE book itself, so that can be done. So that is the formative assessment. And the summative assessment is toward the end of the session, that like we can use the CBSE sample question paper and do that. And we can ask the students to prepare for the practicals. And actually this subject help you in clearing your examination. Even if you fail in one of the exam one of the if you take the skill subject, and if you can get a compartment in any of the best three, then you can still be promoted to the higher classes if you have taken the skill subjects. And like that we can ask the students, that is the advantages of skill subject, that it helps you in passing the examination also, because skill subjects give you the practical related skills. uh, I think any further questions? Okay. Okay, I think we should now take a break for the lunch. And that's all from my end. I hope you all have enjoyed and I'm able to answer your queries and questions. We all can join back for our session at 2 o'clock. Let's take the lunch break for an hour. We will have lunch break for 1 hour, and then we will join back at 2 o'clock with Dr. Vinita Srivastav. She will take you through the uh, grade 12th session. That's all from my end. Thank you so much. So I'm stop presenting. You all can enjoy your lunch and get back at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Yes, good afternoon, Sunita ji. Am I audible? Yeah, hello, Sunita ji.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's join back. So, ma'am is will take you the salesmanship for for grade 12th, and for until till 4:30 you will be with ma'am. So, over to you, ma'am.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunita ji. And I could attend your first session. That was wonderful.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
it's a privilege to take over from there. I hope I'm audible to the participants. And I'll share my screen and I'll request that when it is visible, please let me know. Yeah, is my screen visible? Hope participants can see the screen. Sunita ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Your screen is visible now.
Right, right. Thank you so much. So I'll start from here.
Okay.
Right. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, CBSC. Thank you, Sunita ji, for connecting me here and giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts on salesmanship. Although the entire subject is drawn from the class 12 syllabus, so I'll start from here. As Sunita ji mentioned in the session, this is capacity building program, and this will be more about discussion with you on salesmanship class 12 subject. And I'll be taking up for class 12. So little introduction about me. So this is the places I've been associated with. So this is Indian School of Business. I am Kozhikode, University of London. I presented paper there. I am Kashipur. I've been taking classes there. Delhi School of Business, and I'm presently working with the Jaipur Institute of Management, Noida, as a faculty of marketing and sales. So coming over to salesmanship class 12th, this is the course overview. So as mentioned here, this course is designed to teach the essentials of salesmanship, focusing on the skills needed to plan and execute the sales process effectively. In the morning session, we were looking at the selling process and the different skills required for personal selling. So class 12th is moving ahead from there. It covers personal selling and the fundamentals of sales management, right? So if you look at sales management, right, so sales management is primarily we are looking at the process of planning, directing and controlling of personal selling. So sales management is we'll be having multiple salesmen with our salespersons with with an organization, and then how do we plan them, how do we recruit them, and then how do we control their activities. That is all sales management is about. So if you look into class 12 syllabus further, right, so primarily it is focusing upon it starts with the sales organization, right? That means how do we create a structure for for the salesmen to be part of the larger hierarchy, so that hum sales kar paए. And then moving on to sales quotas, right? That means targets for these salespersons who are doing selling process, who are involved in the selling process. Sales quota is basically sales targets. It also has sales motivation, right? तो जो भी सेल्स कर रहे हैं, सेल्स पर्सन, सेल्स मैनेजर्स, सभी लोगों को मोटिवेशन की जरूरत है, इंटरनल मोटिवेशन एज वेल एज एक्सटर्नल मोटिवेशन. सो दिस क्लास 12th also talks about sales motivation. Further, it talks about sales compensation, right? So when we talk about sales compensation, we can have financial compensation as well as we can have the non-financial compensation, right? So how these two are different, and what does it mean for for the students and the faculty. So when we look at sales compensation and sales motivation here, so we need to be understanding the different terminologies here. That is the most important thing. Further, it also in between it talks about inside sales, right, and the field sales, right? So that demarcation is also there. So basically, when being mentioned in this booklet about the the books that are available on the CBSE academic website, we find that for class 12th, inside sales is primarily they're talking about retail sales, right? And field sales is going out in and meeting the customers, right? So basically, a sales organization, sales quotas, motivation, compensation is equally applicable for both of them, right? So in today's session, we'll be trying to touch upon them, and I'll initially start with the salesmanship curriculum as being given on the CBSE website, right? As Sunita ma'am had already mentioned about the old question papers and the blueprint, everything is already being given on the CBSE academic site. So that will be the basic structure. What I mentioned here will be there in today's session. Then further, if you look at the course objective of class 12th, salesmanship, it says understanding sales dimensions, right? So it's basically familiarizing students with the various dimensions of salesmanship and career opportunities available in the field. Practical application is also being focused upon, right? So, for different modules, right, it has been given that what all practical activities can be done and how assessment can be carried out. Further, it talks about developing transferable skills for managing sales operations efficiently. When I'm talking about these transferable skills, I'm basically talking about sales compensation, sales organization, and also talking about sales motivation, right? It further mentions, the curriculum further mentions that as we understand that sales is basically a promotion leg of marketing, right? So sales, when we talk about marketing, it is delivery of customer satisfaction at a profit to the organization, or we can say marketing refers to creating value, communicating value, delivering value, at a profit to the organization. That is one aspect. But marketing involves promotion mix also. In promotion mix, we have, I'll just go back where I can write something. Yes. So what I'm talking of right now is that marketing has marketing mix, right? It comprises of marketing mix. And in marketing mix, we have something called as promotion mix, right? In promotion mix, further, we have personal selling. Right. So I think students, when they're, when they're being taught, this relationship is very, very important for them to understand that sales is not a standalone activity. It has to be done in conjugation with the marketing activity, right? So when I'm talking about personal selling, and then class 12th is dealing with personal selling and personal selling management. Both the things are coming together, right? So वही चीज हम इस slide में बात करते हैं जब हम ये कह रहे हैं कि it is a promotion leg. It is a very, very vital component of the promotion leg because sales is the revenue generating department of an organization. आप देखते होंगे अपने आसपास जो लोग सेल्स में हैं काफी प्रेशर में रहते हैं बिकॉज जैसे मार्केटिंग एज अ फंक्शन भी रेवेन्यू जनरेट करता है, सिमिलरली मार्केटिंग का पार्ट जो है दैट इज सेल्स, राइट? So it is part of marketing, right? So it is involved in generating revenue, not simply for the marketing team, for the entire organization. It is, सेल्स हैज एग्जिस्टेड फॉर एजेस, राइट. अगर हम मार्केटिंग फिलोसफीज पढ़ते हैं तो पहले सबसे पहले प्रोडक्शन कॉन्सेप्ट आता है, फिर सेलिंग कॉन्सेप्ट आता है. तो सेल्स हैज बीन एग्जिस्टिंग फॉर एजेस. ट्रांजेक्शन हमेशा से होते रहे हैं. परसुएशन टू बाय प्रोडक्ट्स होता रहा है, चाहे हम प्री इंडस्ट्रियल एरा में चले जाएं या इंडस्ट्रियल एरा में चले जाएं. सेल्स हैज ऑलवेज बीन देयर, right? Apart from that, when we say personal selling refers to face-to-face interaction of the company's representative with the customer. So salesman acts as a brand ambassador also. That is also a very, very important aspect. So we'll be touching upon all of them in this particular class 12th strong course structure. And then I think this is the same as there in class 11th, essential equipment and materials for learning. I think chart paper and sketch pens make a very smart input for in the classrooms. Apart from that, today's kids are fully equipped on computers, LCD projectors, white blackboards. So all those can be used, right? Especially for the topic when we talk about sales organization. So sales organization basically structure है कि कैसे sales में लोगों को employ किया जाता है. तो वहां पर अगर हम चार्ट पेपर यूज करते हैं या फिर हम कंप्यूटर में उनसे कैनवा में बनवाते हैं, दैट इज ऑल्सो अ डूएबल एक्सरसाइज, राइट. सेल्स कोटा इज बेसिकली अगर एक्सेल शीट पे बच्चे कुछ कर पाते हैं, दैट इज गुड इनफ, राइट. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, व्हेन दे क्रिएटिंग रिपोर्ट्स, दे कैन यूज कंप्यूटर्स एंड क्रिएट अ पीपीटी आउट ऑफ दैट, और प्रेजेंटेशन बना सकते हैं, वर्ड डॉक में भी बना सकते हैं. सो ऑल दीज कैन बी यूटिलाइज देयर. So as again, I think this was the same as mentioned by Sunita ma'am, diverse career opportunities in sales, right? So we have missionary selling. Missionary selling, it comes from the, so we have these 5-6 roles are there, right? So these are the career opportunities: missionary selling, consultative selling, technical selling, developmental selling, creative and trade selling. So when we talk about consultative selling, so basically when we are going to a retail store, inside sales जहाँ पर होता है, वहाँ पर एक facilitator की तरह काम करता है sales person. Consultation provide karta hai, even when they're selling mutual funds, when they're selling insurance, right? So it's a consultative selling. Missionary selling is more applicable, whereby you are in the case of pharmaceutical selling, आपने देखा होगा medical representatives होते हैं, doctors के पास जाते हैं. Their job is basically to update the doctors about the latest information about the new drugs launched, right? So that is missionary selling. Their purpose is not to buy or sell. Their purpose is basically to disseminate information related to what all new developments have happened, right? So that is there. Then a technical selling, right? So technical products require technical selling, creative selling, and trade selling, right? So trade selling is again when we're talking about selling happening between the different intermediaries in a distribution channel, right? That is trade selling. Technical selling is basically of the technical products, more so applicable in B2B setting, right? In the industrial products category, this is more applicable. So this is the vertical mobility or career progression in sales, right? So students after, so they are basically being prepared for the role of, of a sales executive, right? They can also join at the level of business development executive, or they can, upgrade themselves to business development executive. What is the basic difference here? When we talk of a sales executive, the role of a sales executive is to, persuade the customers to buy the product, right? So that is what they should be doing. In the case of business development executive, right, business development, by the definition, it is the identification of long-term opportunities for growth, right? So they are not simply supposed to sell. They're supposed to be identifying opportunities, and then they are supposed to be giving it to the sales team. तो थोड़ा सा higher order है business development में, और एक sales manager दोनों ही काम करता है, right? So sales भी करता है और business development भी करता है. So this is how it looks like in the case of curriculum of class 12th, right? So we have around employability skills. They are the same for 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. This is 50 hours, 10 marks, right? But चारों का content फर्क है, चाहे हम उसमें बात करते हैं, green skills में बात करते हैं, IT skills में, communication, या फिर हमारे पास self management skills हैं, चारों साल में फर्क है. So, you need to look at the content that way. Subject specific skills, that means we'll be talking about salesmanship here. That is carrying 50 marks. So, that is the highest weightage. Then we have practical, that is carrying 40 marks, which includes, Practical components including project, Viva, practical file, etc. So this is how it is divided amongst the 4 topics that I mentioned, right? So we have sales organization, field selling, inside selling, motivation and compensation. Although inside selling बहुत ही ज़्यादा छोटा topic है, and that is very much guided by the retail subject, right? If you also taken retail subject, retail marketing, it is basically introducing you to retail and telling that, okay, what are the different formats of retail, and then what kind of selling is required in retail, right? So that is what it is talking of here. Practical guidelines for assessment of performance. We have project of 10 marks, Viva 5 marks, practical file is of 15 marks, right? So Viva questions are generally, this is for the final exams, whereby project related Viva can be done. And then, okay, somebody's written something like PPT. Jolly, you have written about PPT. What exactly you are writing about PPT? Okay, you're saying, okay. Is it okay now? I hope this is better. Please, write in the chat box if this looks fine. Right? Okay. So we just talked about this, right? So suggested practical activities for. Okay, thank you, Yachna. So now is it clear, Vandana, Sanjay? I maximize the screen. Okay. So I assume that things are better now. Right. So we are on. Right. So these are the suggested practical activities, skill development. So I think for the topics that we have inside sales, we can do very good, role play. We can just ask them to observe what all they have seen when they have gone to shop something, right? And they can do a role play of that, right? So especially in the case of, I think inside sales, they can do very good role play. In the case of, I think in sales compensation, a role play can be planned. Sales organization will has to be more of a chart activity that will be more apt for it, right? So role playing act as a salesman and a customer, so that is already mentioned in the CBSE curriculum. Then we have sales presentation plan. So students can prepare sales presentation plans based on selected products and customer types, so which will be good for them or more apt. And then outdoor salesman interview is the next one, right? So they can do they may in their neighborhood or in their relation, if they know some salesmen, they can do a sales interview, and then a PPT can be presented, or they can also maybe draw their insights in a collage form. That can be also be done. Okay. So then we have suggested practical activities unit wise. So inside selling, you can take 2 stores, visit them, and identify their store lot. So this can be given to the students, and they can be asked to write down the display and the number of salespersons. And during a visit to different stores, they can identify the roles performed by the salesman, whether as facilitator, demonstrator, or administrator. What were the roles being performed? They can give a input on that. And then they can also do in field selling, right? So we have one topic as inside selling, one topic as field selling. They can prepare a PPT on sales quotas, right? How sales quotas facilitate data driven decision making and help the companies make them more profitable as compared to competitors. Then we have they can also prepare PPT on challenging it, attainable quotas, motivate employees. So this can be given as a statement to them, and then students can prepare a PPT on this and give their inputs. In motivation and compensation, they can identify motivated or unmotivated salespeople at different levels in service manufacturing industries. Again, they need to be going to their family and relatives, or maybe neighborhood, and get across to um, these people and get their feedback. Then further, they can prepare a list of different types of compensation, non-compensation rewards, right? So there is a list of compensation rewards given in the text, as well as a non-compensation rewards, and which are being offered to salesmen. And on the basis of interviewing conducted with the salesman, they can give their inputs on this. Students can do this. So from here on, I'll move on to, so this was about what is being given in the curriculum, right? Now I'll be taking up the topics here. So first topic is sales organization, right? So sales organization is basically serves as a tool to translate managerial philosophy into action. As philosophies evolve, organizations revise their goals and adapt to environmental changes. Structuring the organization to meet objectives is crucial after finalizing sales plan and strategies. This involves making decisions about sales tasks and grouping salespeople for efficiency and effectiveness. Clear sales responsibilities, authority, and accountability are essential for well-coordinated sales activity. This is the kind of language being given there. But what we need to understand here is so sales organization is basically a structure is being created of hierarchy, or rather a hierarchy is being created inside an organization to facilitate sales functions, right? So हम इसमें आगे देखेंगे कि कौन-कौन से models हो सकते हैं which are more apt when in specific situations. So what happens is, why do we need to do sales organization? So it is helping in transfer of ownership, facilitates the transfer of merchandise ownership. So whatever is a product moving from the from wholesaler to retailer and subsequently to customers, or directly coming from distributor to customer, right? So transfer of ownership आसानी से हो पाए, उसको हम facilitate कर पाए, इसलिए हम we need to have the sales organization structure, right? So then it actually helps us in achieving cost efficiency, right? So overall, जब हम gross profit देखते हैं, gross एक हमारा sales का एक parameter होता है. Sales का parameter एक तो revenue है हमारा, right? Revenue can be in terms of money, it can be in terms of units, right? और उसमें से जब हम अपना profit निकालते हैं, तो profit is basically revenue minus cost of goods sold, right? So हमारा cost efficiency भी रहता है कि हमें appropriate sales organization structure. Right, and that is the third point, right? So profitability, it ensures profitability through excellent service. Okay, so what is the importance or relevance of a sales organization? It helps us in consumer reaching, right? We are able to reach to consumers, right? Ensuring and we ensure that proper delivery times are being ensured. हमारा stock outs ना हो, और हमारे जो इंटरमीडिएट्स हैं वो सेटिस्फाइड रहें, वो सब पर्पस के लिए सेल्स मैन की जरूरत पड़ती है. यहाँ पर ये समझना बहुत जरूरी है कि सेल्स का एक काम तो है कि आप if I am a sales person, right, I am doing person selling, so I may pitch maybe this mobile phone to you, right? So that is my as a salesman, as an activity. But for the company, right, sales is not simply an activity, right? Sales is beyond. Sales is about ensuring that the product reaches from the company to the customer, right? So जो salesman है वो I think a very small part of his job is about selling products. A larger part is about dealing with operations, dealing with distribution, and ensuring that the product reaches to the retailer and the consumer. वही चीज की हम यहाँ पर बात कर रहे हैं कि हम ये कह रहे हैं कि कंज्यूमर रीच करवाना या चैनल को चैनल में जो पार्टनर्स है उनको मोटिवेटेड रखना और डिमांड को स्टिमुलेट करके डिमांड को सेटिस्फाई करना, ये भी सेल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है. Okay, so the next one is benefits of sales organization. So sales organizations help divide and fix authority, avoid repetitive duties, and enable executive development, right? So this is basically when we talk about hierarchy, right? So the sales executive is reporting to area manager is reporting to regional manager reporting to national sales manager. सभी लोग अपने अपनी टेरिटरी के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल हैं और उनको अपनी टेरिटरी के लिए अथॉरिटी भी है. दैट इज व्हाट इट इज बीइंग मेंशन्ड हियर, that it helps divide and fix authority, it avoids repetitive duties and enables executive development, right? तो जो सेल्स एग्जीक्यूटिव है कल को बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट मैनेजर भी बन सकते हैं, सेल्स मैनेजर भी बन सकते हैं. सो उनके पास ये अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि वो प्रमोट करें अपने आप को और आगे बढ़े, राइट? सो दिस इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द बेनिफिट्स ऑफ सेल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. तो सेल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्ट्रक्चर जो है उसका बेनिफिट सिर्फ कंपनी के लिए नहीं है कि कंपनी को आपका प्रोडक्ट रीच अप्रोप्रिएट होगा, आपकी प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी अच्छी होगी, आपके रेवेन्यू अच्छा होगा, आपका कॉस्ट कम होगा. इट ऑल्सो हेल्प्स द इंटरमीडियरीज इन ensuring that the product reaches you. It also benefits the sales team because अब हम सेलिंग प्रोसेस से बाहर निकलकर अब हम आ गए हैं सेल्स मैनेजमेंट में. बेसिकली दिस इज पार्ट ऑफ सेल्स मैनेजमेंट. तो सेल्स मैनेजमेंट का मतलब वो पर्सनल सेलिंग प्रोसेस को हम मैनेज कर रहे हैं, राइट? सो इट एक्चुअली सेल्स स्ट्रक्चर जो हमारा है, इट गिव्स अस अथॉरिटी, डेवलपमेंट एंड सुपरविजन. So what are the factors which affect sales structure, right? So हमारा structure जो बनेगा organization का structure, right? वो किस पर depend करता है? So it depends upon, we talk about product factors, कौन सा product है जो हम sell कर रहे हैं. अगर हमारा consumer durable है तो consumer durable हमारा बेसिकली इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिटेल चेन में बिकता है और वहां पर हमारे पास दो तरह से हम इस चीज को कंट्रोल करते हैं. एक तो सपोज आप क्रोमा की बात करते हैं, विजय सेल्स की बात करते हैं, सो आवर सेल्स रिप्रेजेंटेटिव, कंपनी सेल्स रिप्रेजेंटेटिव में बी प्रेजेंट देयर, और या फिर क्रोमा का सेल्स रिप्रेजेंटेटिव प्रेजेंट होगा, बट द कंपनी हैज टू इंश्योर दैट द क्रोमा सेल्स द प्रोडक्ट्स, राइट? फॉर दैट वी नीड अ हायरार्की, right? So that is what it is referring to. In the case of pens, right? So that hierarchy is not required कि आपको stationery store पर अपने sales representative को पहुंचाने की जरूरत नहीं है, but आपको ये ensure करना है कि आपका product stationery store पर available हो. For that, sales team needs to work. Next is organization factors, right? So size and structure of the firm. If you have many products, if you have lesser number of products, your size is of around 20,000 crore or 50,000 crore, right? And then you are just a company which is running for maybe 3 crore or 10 crore, right? So depends on that. Depending on that, आपका structure भी vary करेगा. Marketing mix, product place, price, promotion also guides, because आपका ये जो personal selling है वो promotion का part है. और अगर हमें मार्केटिंग को इफेक्टिव करना है, सो ऑल शुड वर्क इन टैंडम, राइट? सो व्हेन स्टारबक्स केम इन इंडिया, दे केप्ट देयर प्राइस टू बी very high. The product was only available in airports. So all that was actually ensuring that the product positioning is kept intact, right? So जब आप यहाँ पर कॉफी एक प्रोडक्ट है तो उसका प्रोडक्ट प्राइस प्लेस प्रमोशन एसटीपी भी साथ में एक साथ ही रहेगा, because that is what the strategy is about. Okay, then the next one is organization related factors that I mentioned, firm size, right? And then okay, innovation, how innovative are the managers, financial resources कितने हैं, ये सब organization related factors हैं जो कि आपके structure को आपको बनाते हैं और उसको modify करते हैं. Then how centralized, what is the policy of this particular organization, जिसके लिए हमें structure बनाना है. Centralized है, decentralized है. Centralized, decentralized का मतलब ये है कि decision making क्या है, right? So do they have centralized decision making or do they have decentralized policy of decision making, right? So क्या उनके branch offices are they empowered enough, या फिर उनके corporate office ही सारा decision लेता है और फिर वहीं से ही सारा गवर्नेंस होता है in terms of sales also, right? So this is, suppose for example we are talking about Lumix lights, right? So Lumix lights is basically, it is a industrial product, right? are only to be used for headlights of two-wheelers as well as four-wheelers, right? So this is a kind of a B2B product, right? For that अगर हमें सेल्स पर्सन चाहिए होगा, हमें टेक्निकल बैकग्राउंड के साथ चाहिए होगा, और उसके अलावा हम यहाँ पर ये भी देखेंगे कि जो हमारा व्हाट इज द पॉलिसी, राइट? उनके जो प्रमोटर्स हैं उनकी क्या पॉलिसी है, वो सारा डिसीजन मेकिंग अपने हाथ में रखना चाहते हैं या फिर ब्रांचेस पर भी अथॉरिटी और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी देना चाहते हैं. दैट इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. So we have just talked about marketing mix and external factors, right? So we see that because personal selling is part of the promotion policy, that is why it is to be. That is why it is, it has to be aligned to the marketing mix policy of the organization, right? Again, the profit goals and market share of the firm also guides कि हमारा organization structure क्या होगा, company का market share क्या है. If we are looking at maybe for any category, right? If you're the market leader, right, and if you are providing the highest quality, what is the price band that you have, all those are also going to guide the sales organization structure. So let's see what are the different sales organization structures. So first one is line type sales organization. अगर हम यहाँ पर देखेंगे कि हमारा ये sales persons are at the bottom, they are reporting to the sales manager, and who is reporting to the vice president, and who is reporting to president sales, right? It is best suited for small owner operated firms. And यहाँ पर हमने देख लिया ना कि छोटी कंपनीज के लिए this line structure whereby the authority flows in one single line from president sales to salespersons, right? So that is what a line type of sales organization looks like, right? Authority is directly flowing from the top, ensuring quick decision making but potentially limiting specialization and employee deployment, right? The advantages are swift policy implementation, clear authority lines, undisputed responsibility, and executive development opportunities. In the case of disadvantages, this discourages specialization, overburdens one single individual, and risk of yes man culture and limited subordinate growth. We'll see other types also. So this is the line and staff sales organization. Here we see that as compared to the previous one, we have special staff, right? पहले वाले में हमने सिर्फ देखा कि हमारे पास in the last slide we saw that it was only the sales people who are reporting to sales manager, who are reporting to vice president. इस slide में हम क्या देख रहे हैं, तो यहाँ पर diagram है left में, right? So that is talking about we have manager marketing research, manager sales promotion, and then we have corporate manager sales, regional manager, and then salesman, right? The salesman is reaching out to retailers, wholesalers, and dealers. यहाँ पर थोड़ा specialist focus है, right? So there is somebody else who is looking at the sales promotion. There is the one individual who is looking at the marketing research, and then these people are supposed to be, communicating with each other. हमारा dotted line दिखाई दे रही है यहाँ पर. That means they are working in tandem with each other, so that बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट में जो भी होगा वो डिसीजन लिया जाएगा. सो दिस इज अ लाइन एंड स्टाफ सेल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. दिस लीड्स टू इम्प्रूव्ड कोऑर्डिनेशन. You remain more relevant, right, to the changes in the market, right, and individuals become expert in their own domain. जब हम यहाँ पर मैनेजर सेल्स प्रमोशन की बात कर रहे हैं तो सेल्स प्रमोशन इज बेसिकली शॉर्ट टर्म इंसेंटिव टू इंक्रीज सेल्स. बट शॉर्ट टर्म इंसेंटिव किसके लिए, राइट? सो वी हैव टू कैटेगरीज इन दैट. We have trade promotion and then we have consumer promotion, right? So sales promotion manager, when he's working with the corporate manager sales, is able to identify what will work best for the current strategy that the company is having. So it is leading to improved coordination, right? And then when they're working in tandem, it will lead to planned operations, and then they'll be working as specialists in their own fields. So this is basically more ideal for medium to large firms with diverse product lines. I think this got. Right. Sorry, by mistake, I clicked on the stop share. Okay, going to the next one. Just a minute. Yeah, now it's fine. Fine. So next is the committee type sales organization. So there is a sales committee at the top, right, which is actually looking at the entire operations of sales, right? So there is a cooperative environment in this kind of committee type sales organization. So the entire implementation is handled by the VP, but this approach is going to foster the collaboration, but can be slow and prone to internal politics, hindering individual responsibility. So what we see here that the lowest level we have salespersons who are being, who are actually being they're reporting to the sales supervisor. Sales supervisor is reporting to divisional manager, who is further reporting to field supervisor, and then vice president sales and sales committee, right? So there's a sales committee which is actually handling the entire operation. So here we are trying to ensure higher coordination, right? And then inclusive input. Okay. Let's start moving. Right. So next is the territorial sales organization. So we see here that we have specific territories on the basis of north, south, east, west. So these are basically geographical areas for which a divisional manager is responsible, right? And accordingly, the responsibility is being divided here. So now we can have better control, enhanced service, and reduced cost with this territorial kind of sales organization. So it is improved oversight of salespersons with specific regions, and then enhanced service, superior service delivery to consumers in local markets, and reduced cost is another benefit of this. There are specific case studies, right? So there is one book by the name of by Dr. Tapan, another book by Havaldar. They have specific case study for sales organization, right? So that can be used if you want to use some kind of smaller caselets for the classroom. So वहां पर आप सिचुएशन दे सकते हैं बच्चों को और फिर उनसे कह सकते हैं कि आप इसका सोल्यूशन बताइए कि कौन सा सेल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्ट्रक्चर इस सिचुएशन में बेस्ट रहेगा. It is not moving. Right. So next is the trade type sales organization. So we see here we have, आप अगर यहाँ ऊपर जो पिक्चर बनी हुई है उसमें आप देखेंगे we have sales manager for wholesalers, then sales manager for retailers, sales manager for institutional sales, right? So again हमने क्या किया कि हमने ट्रेड हमारे जो इंटरमीडिएटरी थे उनके हिसाब से हमने यहाँ पर डिवाइड कर दिया अपने सेल्स पर्सन को और सेल्स मैनेजर्स को, right? So that is another perspective here which can be used. So this is here the sales efforts are around customer types. कुछ बुक्स में इसको customer type भी कहते हैं, कुछ जगह इसको trade type भी कहते हैं, such as wholesalers or retailers allowing for tailored strategies, right? So we saw that it can be on the basis of product, it can be on the basis of trade, it can be on the basis of geography, right? It can be the line type of organization structure, it can be staff type of organization. जो line type of organization structure है वो तो सीधा hierarchy follow कर रहा है कि आपका सेल्स पर्सन रिपोर्ट करेगा एरिया मैनेजर को, एरिया मैनेजर रिपोर्ट करेगा रीजनल मैनेजर को, रीजनल मैनेजर जोनल मैनेजर को रिपोर्ट करेगा, जोनल मैनेजर आपका मे बी वीपी सेल्स को रिपोर्ट कर रहा है. इन द स्टाफ काइंड ऑफ यू हैव अदर सपोर्टिंग functions also supporting the sales team, right? We saw that there is a sales promotion manager who is supporting that, right? In the case of territory type of sales organization, territory is being divided on the basis of geography, and accordingly the sales structure is being divided. In trade type of sales organization, we divide the sales team on the basis of customers, right? So ये हमारे different 4-5 तरह के sales structures हो गए. Then we have the product type of sales organization. यहाँ पर जो पिक्चर है उसमें अगर आप देखेंगे तो it is showing us that एक कंपनी है उसमें प्रेजेंट मार्केटिंग है and then there is a product manager on the basis of personal care and food products. So personal care में basically आ गया आपका shampoos आ गए, आपके face wash आ गया. In the case of food products, you can have maybe the kind of sauces can be part of the food products, right? So what they've done, the company is having many large number of product lines with them, या variety of products है उनके पास, तो उनके लिए ये जरूरी हो जाता है कि वो इंडिविजुअल प्रोडक्ट्स पे फोकस करने के लिए they should be using the product type of sales organization. It leads to higher customer satisfaction. It leads to better employee evaluation. और employee evaluation होगा तो आप targets भी आसानी से दे सकते हैं और आपको estimated interference भी relatively low हो जाता है. Attention to product भी high हो जाता है. Right, so it fosters specialization and focus attention. Suitable primarily for FMCG companies. सभी FMCG companies इसको follow करती हैं, चाहे हम पतंजलि की बात करते हैं, चाहे HUL की बात करते हैं, चाहे Procter and Gamble की बात करते हैं. All of them are following this. Then we have the functional type sales organization, right? Not moving by cursor. Okay, so this is functional type of sales organization, right? So divides authority based on sales functions such as market research or advertising, right? So we have different, sales functions are there, and on the basis of them, so sales management will be responsible for overall sales strategy execution. Market research जो है वो market research के लिए रहेगा, but they may be coordinated by the sales manager. So again, this is, although this is applicable only in the case of larger organizations whereby there are too many products to be handled, but at the same time, you need to devise strategies for them. And then you need, the help of different functional areas while you're working on them, right? So although this actually is going to hinder the coordination, but at the same time, it brings in the best for the company also, because each of the manager has got the functional expertise, right? So that is the benefit of this. Then I think this is the last one, hybrid sales organization. Right, in hybrid sales organization, it leads to higher adaptability and customer focus. Practically speaking, सिर्फ hybrid sales organization ही चलता है, कहीं पर भी हम ऐसा बात नहीं कर सकते सिर्फ product base पर चलेगा, या फिर आपका line type ही चलेगा, या फिर आपका functional type चलेगा, या फिर trade type चलेगा. Everywhere, if you go practically and find out, right, any organization. So what I do for my students is I ask them to find out an organization and find its organization structure by talking to an employee, right? Any employee can give you this information about the hierarchy of the sales team, right? And you will find in almost 90-95% cases that they have hybrid kind of sales organization. And then you can ask students that कि आप ये बताइए hybrid किसका है, ये जो उनका sales structure है, ये कौन से different sales organization structures का hybrid है. So that is the way students can learn it better, right? Okay, fine. So what are the key considerations for sales organization? तो हमने पहले देखा था कि कौन सी चीजें influence करती हैं, राइट? तो उसमें रेवेन्यू भी आया, प्रॉफिट भी आया, प्रोडक्ट भी आया, और से कंपनी की फिलॉसफी भी आई जो इन्फ्लुएंस करती थी, एंड कंपनी का साइज भी आया, राइट? कंपनी के फाइनेंसेस भी है, ऑल दोज वर इन्फ्लुएंसिंग. But at the same time, we have another topic in the book which talks about key considerations for sales organization, right? So we need to look at from the perspective of how it is going to influence the sales, how it is going to influence the profit, right? Whatever decisions we are taking up, right? There are clear instances, और जो books मैंने अभी बताई हैं, हवलदार and of Tapan Panda, and there are many others, right? You'll find specific caselets which are talking about the influence of sales organization structures on the profits as well as the revenue. So these are the key criterias, right? So हमारा profit में हम gross profit लेते हैं, gross profit margin भी लेते हैं. So gross profit is basically net sales minus cost, right? So that is the gross profit. Gross profit margin is net sales minus cost divided by the net sales divided by the revenue in 200. That is the gross profit margin. So that is also one criteria that companies try to pick up or change their organization structure. Companies evolve होती हैं तो उनके organization structures ज्यादा कॉम्प्लेक्स होते चले जाते हैं और पहले सिंपल होते हैं. अगर पहले लाइन एंड स्टाफ थे तो बाद में हाइब्रिड की तरफ वो डेफिनेटली मूव करते हैं. So the next topic here is inside sales, right? Although very simple topic, guided by the retail marketing text, right, of CBSE as well as wherever it is available. So but we'll touch upon it as it is given in the syllabus. So we say that we have two things here, retail and in-store retailing, right? So that we understand that, everywhere, whether we are buying it from Kirana shop, we are buying from hawkers, right? We are buying online, right? Whenever we are buying in, smaller quantities, right, that is retail is happening there. But generally when we talk about in-store retailing, right, in-store selling, or individuals who are actually selling inside the stores, we are talking of organized retail. Organized retail, is relatively a smaller percentage as compared to unorganized retail, and it has got a slower growth as compared to e-commerce, right? But at the same time, whenever we see supermarkets, whenever we see departmental stores, so there are multiple formats, right? Hypermarkets, supermarkets, departmental stores, discount stores, all those are formats of, the organized retail. And when we talk of in-store retailing, we are actually talking about them. Okay, so we understand that this is a dynamic landscape, right? So basically, retail is basically for breaking the bulk, right? It acts as a supply chain link, and it is the last stage of movement of goods and services so that the product reaches to the customers. So these are the basic formats. So we have convenience stores, right? Like more supermarket we have supermarkets, other supermarkets are there. And then we have hypermarkets. These are the formats in which the store-based retail is happening here. We have specialist stores, like we talk about Tanishq, etc. Right? We have departmental stores like Westside, right? All those are basically the retail formats, store-based retail formats, right? So we'll see that where students can go, right? So they can go to the specialty stores, right? They have narrow product line with deep assortment, focus on customer service and attractive store layout. Students can go to department stores and sell, they can join as sales executives. They sell multiple brands under one roof, divided into departments, offering a wide range of categories and brands with service as a main differentiator. Then we also have factory outlets and discount stores, right? So this is all part of inside selling what we are talking of, right? So we may have order, I think this was covered in the earlier session. When we talk about personal selling, we have order takers, order givers, right? All those are part of the salespersons working inside the stores, right? So we have factory outlets are also there, discount stores are also there, which act as a, the inside selling, you know, stations, right? Okay. So what do people do as a salesperson inside a store, right? So they may engage customers, they may conduct transactions, they may educate customers, right? So we have they turn prospective customers into paying customers through interaction, developing strategies to encourage additional purchases. So if you're going to Pantaloon, you're going to Trent, you'll find that retail salesperson acts as a facilitator and helps you, get the right product, or the product which has got the right fit for you, right? They also have a job of educating the customers, telling them about where the product is kept, what new has come up, right? So that is there. Then further, it conducts transactions, right? So it mans a register and using point of sale systems to process transactions efficiently. That is also part of a retail salesperson's job. Additional responsibility of a retail salesperson, right? So one, they are acting as a facilitator to the consumer. Second is they're helping the store operations. They're restocking shelves, they're performing inventory. They also have a job of opening and closing of the store. I think PPT was not aligned to what I was talking. I'll just share it again. I hope it is visible now. Right. So I think I'll. This works. We'll just restart from here, right? I hope you can see now the different slide that the sales, career, and retail, right? Right. I think it's now fine. Right. So I'll start from this particular slide. So we were talking about that for inside sales, right? So when you're talking of this topic of inside sales, we are talking about the students picking up jobs, right? When they get into the job market, they're picking up jobs for in retail, that is organized retail, right? So they may have to be directly communicating, right? They have to be a great communicator. They need to be developing rapport. They are acting as a facilitator. They are also helping the store align their products as per the requirement. That means they need to do the inventory. They need to be, also keeping stock. They need to be doing the billing also. So all those are part of the jobs of a salesperson working in retail as inside sales executive. Right. So in the case of retail, right, they join as a salesperson. That means a floor, floor in charge at times or a department in charge, and then they're moving to department manager and further moving on to group manager. So that is also a career progression in retail that students can pick up. Okay. Now coming to field sales. I hope now the slide is moving. Yeah. So now we're coming to the field sales. What we have seen so far is that there are two things we have seen, right? So we have moved out of personal selling. Personal selling is face-to-face interaction between the salesperson and the who is acting as a company representative and the customer, right? अब हम क्या बात कर रहे हैं? हम बात कर रहे हैं how this function has to be managed, right? तो जो हम सेल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्ट्रक्चर देखते हैं, बेसिकली दैट इज अ स्ट्रक्चर सो दैट द सेल्स फंक्शंस हैपन एफिशिएंटली. तो उसमें सेल्स पर्सन तो सबसे नीचे होता है, उसके बाद में एरिया मैनेजर, यू हैव मे बी द रीजनल मैनेजर, जोनल मैनेजर एंड वीपी सेल्स आते हैं. तो हमने देखा उसमें बहुत सारे स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं, प्रोडक्ट के बेसिस पर भी हो सकता है. It can happen on the basis of geography, etc., right? That we have seen. The second topic that we have seen was inside sales. That means the sales which is happening inside a retail store. So there you join as a salesperson, and then you can move on to department manager and subsequently the group manager, etc. So that is another career progression for the student. Now another concept, right, which is there in the class 12th book is field sales. राइट. तो एक हम इनसाइड सेल्स की बात करिए, हमने फील्ड सेल्स की बात करी है. दोनों केसेस में हमें ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्ट्रक्चर तो चाहिए ही होगा, राइट? चाहे आप इनसाइड द स्टोर आप सेल्स कर रहे हैं या फिर आप आउटसाइड द स्टोर आप सेल्स कर रहे हैं. So it is basically talking again about the importance of face-to-face interactions where company representatives connect with customers at their homes or business locations. This direct approach allows for personalized product demonstrations and expert opinions, significantly influencing buying decisions. So generally जब हम sales की बात करते हैं तो हम इसी तरह का sales को assume करते हैं जहां पर कि sales representatives going to the customers, right? और कई बार रिटेलर्स होलसेलर पर भी जाते हैं. वो भी सपोज आप एशियन पेंट्स में अगर कोई ज्वाइन करता है तो एशियन पेंट्स में दे आर गोइंग टू द डीलर्स ओनली, राइट? या फिर कोई कार में कार की कंपनी ज्वाइन करता है, दे आर गोइंग टू शोरूम्स ओनली, राइट? सो दैट इज लाइक इट डिपेंड्स अपॉन द प्रोडक्ट कैटेगरी वेयर एग्जैक्टली you'll be dealing with the customers. Then next is the essence of field selling. Right. So what is it? What happens here is you have direct customer impact, right? This is part of traditional marketing. And again, as the key skill that a salesperson needs to require is the communication skill that is also being given there. Then activities in field selling. As if you remember in the beginning of the today's session, right, when I was starting, right, we said that as per the curriculum they have mentioned about the career progression. So we see that the salesperson can go into business development manager and then the sales manager. Generating new business is basically the role of the business development manager, right? So field selling mein, this is the key criteria. A person who is inside a store, right, I mean, is not responsible for generating newer business because he's there inside the store. जो भी customer आ रहे हैं उन्हीं को serve करना है. You have to just ensure that you get higher conversion rate. आपके पास कस्टमर जितने आ रहे हैं उनसे आपका कितना ज्यादा बिजनेस निकाल सकते हैं, दैट इज योर your expertise. That means higher share of their wallet. That is what is being the term being used in retail. Then one is you are supposed to be generating newer business, you need to be closing sales and you need to be ensuring customer satisfaction. ये तीन रोल आपसे एक्सपेक्ट किए जाते हैं जब आप फील्ड सेल्स में होते हैं. Then again, field sales mobility is a prerequisite, right? You need to be you require quick and central access to customer information. You need timely communication and there's constant movement. So one aspect of field sales is not you simply as a salesperson, I don't need information. I need to communicate this information to my company in the marketing team also. So they are able to take a, they're able to take a decision quickly, right? In terms of if they need to change their strategy, they need to supplement my, my kit with something more so that I am able to influence the customer better, right? So information access is two-way, right? One, I should be knowing about the customer in terms of basic demographic agenda, and then whatever information I am capturing after interacting with the customer, I need to give it back to the company so that they're able to take a better judgment, right? Apart from this, before we हम जैसे I think personal selling process में हम बात करते हैं that before going to the customer, I should be knowing little more about the customer, right? Not simply the demographic information. So as a salesperson, whether I'm going to the retailer, right, or I'm searching through Google, I'm searching through LinkedIn, but I should have access to more and more information about the customer so that I'm able to influence them when I'm going to personally meet the customer. So what are the priorities of a salesperson who is in the field? सबसे important priority है आपकी time management, because आपका commutation में काफी time जाता है. You are supposed to be interacting with them. किसी call में, call is basically the act in which you're interacting with the customer, right? किसी call में ज़्यादा time लग सकता है, किसी में कम लग सकता है, but at the same time, it is your responsibility to manage your time well so that you are able to achieve the minimum number of calls that are being told to you, right? So as a salesperson, one of my KRA, that means key responsibility area, is to do a number of calls. अब ये number of calls मेरी कस्टमर की भी हो सकती हैं, नए कस्टमर के लिए भी हो सकते हैं, रिटेलर के लिए भी हो सकती हैं, होलसेलर के लिए भी हो सकती हैं, right? So I need to be properly managing my time so that you are okay. Lalit has mentioned about time is money. Yeah, very right. Time is money. So that is the basic idea here, because the more the number of calls you're able to make, right, the conversion will be better. And then it's not always the case, but yes, that's and एक आपका KRA तो है, अगर आप उससे कम करते हैं, so again the organization structure में जो बाकी लोग हैं वो आपसे पूछेंगे आपने ऐसा क्यों किया. Second is coordinating with various people at customer level within their own company is crucial for effective fields. This is very, very important, right? Coordination in sales is like, you are able to live there or you're not able to live there, right? So when I'm saying coordination आपने देखा सेल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्ट्रक्चर में सेल्स पर्सन सबसे नीचे है, तो आपको अपने बॉस से कोऑर्डिनेट करना है. एट टाइम्स आपसे कहा जाता है कि आप प्रोडक्ट मैनेजमेंट टीम, दैट मीन्स मार्केटिंग टीम को भी इन्फॉर्मेशन देंगे, आप मार्केटिंग रिसर्च टीम को भी इन्फॉर्मेशन देंगे. आप सिर्फ कस्टमर से नहीं मिलेंगे, आप ये भी इंश्योर करेंगे कि प्रोडक्ट रिटेलर पे रखा हुआ है. तो आप कस्टमर से तो कोऑर्डिनेट कर ही रहे हैं, अपनी कंपनी में भी कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहे हैं. उसके अलावा यू आर सपोज टू बी कोऑर्डिनेटिंग विद रिटेलर. रिटेलर के पास प्रोडक्ट होना चाहिए, इसके लिए आप होलसेलर से भी कोऑर्डिनेट करेंगे. कभी कभी आप अपने CNF एजेंट से भी कोऑर्डिनेट करते हैं. सो एज अ सेल्स पर्सन, one of my key role is to coordinate. If I'm not able to coordinate, मेरे लिए उस कंपनी में रहना बहुत मुश्किल है. The third one is prioritization, right? So what we are talking of prioritization is that, there's 80-20 rule, right? So there is like, you will have definitely 20% of the customer giving you 80% business. आप सिर्फ कवरेज के ध्यान में रखते हुए आप ऐसा नहीं कर सकते कि आप सभी को बराबर टाइम दे रहे हैं. जो 20% कस्टमर्स आपको ज्यादा बिजनेस देते हैं, आप उनको, वी में कॉल देम एज की अकाउंट्स, राइट? एंड देन आपको उन पे ज्यादा, you are supposed to be actually putting more effort, time, effort, and maybe the focus on them, right? Okay. Now coming to the next is territory management, right? In the case of field sales only we have territory management. तो हमने अभी देखा कि one is sales organization, हमारा किस तरह से hierarchy planned है. Second is there is something called as inside sale, that is inside the store. And the third one is we are talking about field sales. Field sales, we are going and meeting out the customer outside the office, right? Okay, so here an important concept comes as territory, right? So what is territory? That is geographical area being assigned to a salesperson. तो क्या है, सेल्स पर्सन को असाइन होता है, एरिया मैनेजर का कोई टेरिटरी नहीं होता, या नेशनल मैनेजर कोई टेरिटरी नहीं होता. देखिए नेशनल मैनेजर का नाम से ही नेशनल है, तो पूरा नेशन उसकी टेरिटरी है. जोनल मैनेजर जो है हायरार्की में, उसके नाम में ही है जोनल मैनेजर. जोन उसकी टेरिटरी है, वेदर वी टॉकिंग ईस्ट जोन, वेस्ट जोन, नॉर्थ जोन, साउथ जोन, तो वो उसकी टेरिटरी है. And similarly, a salesperson will have a smaller territory, right? Whether we are talking about some place in Jammu, some place in MP, maybe Indore, में कोई जगह है जो उसकी territory, depending upon the size of the firm and the product that they're dealing in, right? अगर कोई कंपनी जो है इसमें डील करती है, हॉस्पिटल बेड्स में डील करती है, तो वहाँ टेरिटरीज बड़ी बड़ी होंगी, राइट? वहीं पर अगर कंपनी मिल्क में डील कर रही है तो सेल्स पर्सन की टेरिटरी छोटी होगी, बिकॉज छोटी टेरिटरी से भी ज्यादा बिजनेस आता है, राइट? सो डिपेंडिंग अपॉन दैट, सो व्हाट आर द हाउ डू वी इंश्योर एफिशिएंसी इन दीज टेरिटरीज? Okay. When I pressing slideshow, वो stuck हो जाती है slide. That's why I was trying to do it differently. Let's see if it works. Territory management is okay. Let me just keep the okay. Fine. So first is routing. It is a critical task for field personnel transforming an 8-hour 5 customer day into 5-hour 8 customer day, right? So it's like how you plan your route. We all are mature enough to understand that if we appropriately plan our routes, right, we are able to work with efficiency. Although आज की डेट में सेल्स पर्सन का रूट जो है कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिस से बन के आता है, उनके पास जियो फेंसिंग होती है, and then they need to tab on as soon as they have met the customer, right? So routing is these days being done with the help of softwares, and it is being given to the salesperson to follow it, right? Second is effective planning and scheduling around a territory essential for maximizing productivity and customer engagement. So depending upon the kind of customer that you're dealing in, right? A category customer, B category customer, accordingly आपको planning करनी है. Planning में your managers help you. You're not left alone to plan, right? It is the managers who ensure that your plan is having higher efficiency and effectiveness. Third is organizing customer database and recording interactions help provide comprehensive information and accomplish sales goals, right? So customers depend करता है हम किस सेक्टर में बात कर रहे हैं. अगर FMCG सेक्टर में है तो मेरे पास जो डेटाबेस होगा वो रिटेलर्स का होगा और होलसेलर का होगा. If I am working in pharma company, so I'll have a database of doctors and chemists and stockist. If I am working with maybe electronic items, so I'll have a database of dealers and sub dealers, right, and the salesperson associated with them. If I'm working with a company who is owning fans, again I'll have a database of the maybe outlets which are dealing in selling fans, or maybe at times electricians also become my database, right? Similarly, for companies like Asian Paints, they may have database of these painters. That database can also be there. So this depends, who is my key influencer and key customer, and I need to organize their database and accordingly act so that I get maximum revenue out of it. Because finally, sales का measurement कैसे हो रहा है? ये भी ये भी सेल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का ही पार्ट है. सेल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का पार्ट इस तरह से सेल्स मैनेजमेंट का पार्ट है, because we are looking at how do I ensure higher sales with existing structures, or I need to change the structure of my sales force, right? जो पर्सनल सेलिंग हो रही है उसको मैं किस स्ट्रक्चर में डालूं जिससे कि बेहतर पर्सनल सेलिंग हो और सेल्स बढ़ जाए. सो दैट्स अ होल आइडिया. ओके. Then we have role of technology in field sales. I just mentioned that we have geofencing, we have tabs, we have on phone, the companies are given apps, right? Which helps you organize your routes, which helps you organize your timing with the customers, helps you organize databases and the information that you have. Then essential skills for field sales personnel. I think communication comes first everywhere, whether we have inside sales, field sales, whether we talk about interacting with customers, whether we talk about the job profile that we're looking at, everywhere it's the same. I think it's stuck up again. I need to just check. This is fine. We can continue. So I'll go back to the slide. Right, so we have essential skills for field sales personnel, right, that I mentioned with the slide we've done. Now coming to details of sales territories, right? So as I mentioned earlier, a sales territory is a geographical area or customer group that a salesperson or sales team is responsible for, right? So, so this is some map we see, and then we see the positioning on this map. And okay. So what is the purpose of establishing sales territory? First is proper market coverage, right? Unless and until we divide a larger area into smaller groups, smaller subsets, which can be covered by individuals, right? We cannot be efficient and effective in covering our territories, right? That's one. Then second is salesperson responsibilities. जब तक हम ये डिफाइन नहीं करेंगे कि आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी क्या है, कौन सा एरिया आपको करना है, क्या टास्क आपको इसमें करना है, राइट, अगेन वी कैन नॉट judge their performance, right? The third is sales force morale, right? So well designed territories with attainable workloads boost sales force morale. अगर आप उनको बहुत बड़ी टेरिटरी दे देते हो, बहुत सारे कस्टमर्स एक साथ हैंडल करने को दे देते हो, फिर टारगेट देते हो, so they may lose their own confidence. Whereas if you have thought about it, वो कर कितना सकते हैं, and accordingly the territories are being designed that boost up the morale of the sales force. Then it also helps in territories help in evaluating sales performance, right? Because आपने उनको defined number of customers दिया, defined region दिया है, so you can also evaluate their sales performance objectively, right? So it's going to simplify the data gathering, evaluation, and then help you compare with other territories and individual performances, right? And then also helps you tell about that how a territory is functioning, right? Because territory का भी अपना एक nature होता है, कितना business वहां पर दे सकती है, नहीं दे सकती. That is also another aspect. Okay. Then we have controlling sales force and improving customer relationship is the next, next I think benefit of having a territory. So it gives you a good control on the sales force. कि कितने कस्टमर से वो मिल रहे हैं, कितने नए कस्टमर्स बना रहे हैं, किस रूट पर वो जा रहे हैं, राइट? व्हाट इज देयर शेड्यूल? All that is actually being facilitated by having a territory. Then we have the customer relations, right? So it also ensures good customer relationships when we have well designed territories with us. So it reduces the selling expenses and coordinates marketing, right? So overall हमारा जो profits improve होते हैं because हमारे selling expenses कम हो जाते हैं, because if a well defined territory is there, our routing is simpler and our cost to cover the territory is also low, right? And it helps in improving the coordination between the marketing and selling, right? So we stop here, and I think we'll take a 15 minutes break, and we'll join back at 3:25. I hope that's okay. So you can have your tea, coffee break, and then come back with the fresh energy. Yeah, hello everyone. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
Right. Thank you. Right. So we just discussed about the sales territories and how do we optimize them. Right. So I'll take it from here. We also touched upon what are the purpose of establishing sales territories. The slide is not changing on. It is not changing there. Right. So I'll start again, I think. Right. So we were on sales territories for success. We touched upon that the purpose of establishing sales territories, proper market coverage. It actually boosts sales morale. It also talks about salesperson responsibility. We touched upon data gathering and performance evaluation being done by, appropriate territory, selection. We also discussed on this Salesforce control and customer relationship improves if we have optimum territory that we have actually identified. Further, we also looked at reducing the selling expenses and coordinating marketing efforts with the help of right territory identification. We were to start from here. So we'll take this in detail. So procedures for setting up sales territories. So first of all, so there can be multiple ways of finding out, sales territories, right? Theoretically speaking, what we do is we may look at the potential of a particular region and then divide that region into smaller regions having equal potential, and that becomes a territory, right? That is one way of doing it. Second is we can identify that what is the capacity of a salesperson, right, in terms of customer coverage, in terms of achieving sales, or in terms of maybe identifying new customers. And depending upon what is the potential or what is the capacity of an individual salesperson, we can allocate territories on that basis. That is another way of doing it. So these are the broader practical ways of identifying, allocate or identifying the territories. So theoretically speaking, we have a process, right? So we select a control unit, right? So like the control unit can be like countries, pin codes, cities, states, or regions. And then we balance size for optimal sales potential identification. That's what I mentioned, right? And then we have second is account analysis. Audit each geographical unit to identify customer prospects and sales volumes using data sources like Yellow Pages, etc., or the past sales of competitors if you have never sold there. That is also another way. Workload analysis, as I mentioned about. So one, we can look at the area potential. Second, we can look at the capacity of the salesperson. So that is also one way of doing the identifying the territory. So we can look at the estimate the time and effort required by salespeople, considering call frequency, duration, and travel time, minimizing travel. At times, we also include in here the administrative time. That means how much time an individual salesperson, spends doing the reporting work, preparing, completing his daily call report, or maybe attending meetings and all. That is also part of the workload analysis. May not be the selling time, but it is a non-selling time. So how do we further, what do we do is we combine these units, combine geographical units into sales territories. And today we use technology as well as software. Earlier it was a manual work. And then we also, so this is one part of it. That means how do we actually identify the territory? Then second part is how do we allocate individuals to these territories? So for that, we need to be looking at their potential in terms of their skills, in terms of their education, in terms of their background, right? And then we look at the fitment of the individual salespersons to the territory. So these are the two things that we do when we look at the territory allocation. Apart from this, when we are looking at territory, right? So territories can have these kind of shape. Primarily when we say territories have this shape, we are talking about the routing aspect of coverage of a particular territory, right? So the sales manager may decide the shape of the territory. That means from where the salesperson will start and where he will end. So we can have these four kind of shapes. One is wedge, another is circle, third is hopscotch, and fourth is clover leaf, right? So we'll see all of them one by one. The hopscotch is salespeople travel to the farthest point from the office, attending calls in one direction while returning without stopping on the way outs, right? So they go to the farthest point and come back. Clover leaf is, so the reporting place in the center and the clients are randomly scattered. So you go to one client, come back, second client, come back, and then that is how you work on this. The flexible coverage of dispersed accounts. Then next is the wedge and the circle. Right, so wedge is suitable for territories or urban and non-urban urban areas, starting from a populated urban center, balancing calls between areas to maintain travel time. And the circles is basically whenever we have clients are evenly distributed, right? So and that is how we have these four territory shapes, right? So we can see in wedge here, we have a separator line whether when we are talking about the same salesperson is covering urban as well as a rural or semi-urban kind of customers. So the control center or the reporting point can be in the middle, and then he can cover the clients of both the sides. So it all depends upon the optimum coverage in terms of time and the money required to reach each and every client. Okay, so as I mentioned, that first is we design the territories as either on the basis of potential of that particular area or on the basis of the capacity of an individual to cover a territory, right? How many calls he can do and how on an average, right? How many retailers he'll be able to cover, how many customers he'll be able to cover, how much time he has in terms of selling activity and non-selling activity, and then we combine the both and decide on the territory. Second aspect is we assign the salesperson to the territory. So as I mentioned earlier, right, so we look at the capability of the salesperson, right? We also look at their training performance.
हाँ
Yeah, is there anything, okay, I'll continue. Right. So we have. So next topic is like, so we have done 2 3 topics. We have looked at the curriculum structure here. We have looked at the sales organization structure, that what is the hierarchy in which the salespersons are being placed, and what is the rationale behind it, and what are the different types of. Third, we have looked at is inside sales, right? What is this inside sales? Basically, this we talked about in-store selling, right? That is the selling inside a organized retail store, right? Then we looked at the sales territories. That means a geographical area assigned to a particular individual, and he or she is responsible for sales of that particular area. That is a territory. In territory, we identified 2 things, right? One was how do we actually create a territory, second is how do we assign a territory, right? So in class 12 books, we do not have any formulas for it, although if you look at the books of maybe at the BB or the MBA level, you will find there are formulas for assigning for calculating the territory potential, and then creating smaller subunits out of it. Okay, so we don't need it right now here. Second, coming to the next topic is that is sales quotas, right? So, that's a very interesting question for me, that somebody would like to answer that. What is sales quota? What do we mean by it? What does it, how do we take it forward? What is a sales quota? So if I have to give a meaning to this is basically sales target, right? To be achieved by one salesperson, right? So sales quotas are basically sales targets to be achieved by one individual salesperson, right? So why they're important, right? One, there are multiple things to it. Why this is important, and what do we do with it, and then you know uh, how do we actually decide on these things, right? So these are different questions that should be answered when we're looking at the sales quotas. So we see here sales quotas are essential quantitative objectives that drive performance across sales organizations. They define the desired performance level for sales volume, expenses, profits, and various selling and non-selling activities, right? So when I'm talking about this aspect, right? So when I say that it is about the sales volume, right? So sales volume is basically, thank you, Shailaja ji. You answered it, right? So sales volume is basically, we are, what is that? How are we going to achieve the, how do we actually measure the sales? Sales volume can be in terms of units. कि हमने जो हमारा टारगेट था 1 लाख यूनिट्स का, कि हमें अगर ICUs में we had to sell the ICU beds, right? So we had the target of 1 lakh units, right? That can be in terms of units. Another can be that Delhi has a target of around 3 crore, right? So it can be value wise or unit wise, right? So both the things are there. So another is, so that is a sales volume target. Then we have sales expenses target, right? Sales expenses quota, right? Expenses का quota होगा, sales volume का quota होगा कि आप कितना expense, टेलीफोन बिल आपका 1,000 रुपए का quota है. Profits का आपका, right? So profits should not go down, less than 5%, right? So और या फिर हम कहते हैं हमारा सेल्स वॉल्यूम अगर हमारा 3 करोड़ का है तो हमारा प्रॉफिट जो है should be somewhere around not less than 3 lakhs, right? So that is how we can look at these numbers, because quota is basically number game. So if you want to do some activity, right, you can pick up, I think, a maths book. It will have some examples, or maybe the books I've mentioned, right? From there, you can pick up activities. But as you know, if I look at the text, it is not needed. Maybe the activities being given in the curriculum plan will be suffice for finding out that, finding out what needs to be done. Okay. Another is various selling and non-selling activity, right? So selling activity में क्या आएगा? कितनी नए कस्टमर से आप मिल रहे हैं, उसका भी कोटा होता है. कितने पुराने कस्टमर से मिल रहा है, उसका भी आपका टारगेट है. कितने रिटेलर से मिलेंगे, उसका भी टारगेट है. कितने होलसेलर से मिलेंगे, वो भी टारगेट है. सब सेलिंग एक्टिविटी में अंदर आ गया. नॉन सेलिंग में आगे आपको ये रिपोर्ट सबमिट करनी है, या आपको ये मीटिंग्स अटेंड करनी है, या आपको रिफ्रेशर प्रोग्राम्स अटेंड करने. देयर लाइक, right, Vandana ji, you rightly mentioned target maybe for a week or monthly, right? So targets generally are laid down. There's a budget meeting. एक budget meeting होती है सभी sales driven companies में around February, whereby they lay down the target for the next entire year, right? तो पूरे एक साल का target बनता है. वो target को further divide किया जाता है quarterly. That means you'll have quotas for every quarter, then you'll have quotas for every month, then you'll have quotas for every maybe fortnight, and then quota for each and every product that you have. तो हर प्रोडक्ट वाइज भी टारगेट आपका ब्रेकअप किया जाता है. इसमें एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग एस्पेक्ट ये है कि जब आप टारगेट डिसाइड कर रहे हैं, आप किसके लिए टारगेट डिसाइड करें? यू आर डिसाइडिंग द टारगेट फॉर द सेल्स पर्सन. सो इज द सेल्स पर्सन इन्वॉल्व इन द एक्टिविटी, राइट, और इज द टारगेट कमिंग फ्रॉम टॉप, राइट? हमने देखा सेल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्ट्रक्चर में सबसे ऊपर वाइस प्रेसिडेंट सेल्स है. सो इज इट ओके इफ ही सेट्स द टारगेट फॉर द salesperson who is down below, maybe 4-5 lines down, या फिर जो नीचे जो सेल्स पर्सन है, मे बी देयर इज अ सेल्स पर्सन बाय द नेम ऑफ राकेश, राइट? राकेश का टारगेट राकेश खुद डिसाइड करेगा या फिर वाइस प्रेसिडेंट सेल डिसाइड करेगा. सो दैट इज ऑल्सो वन इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट ऑफ कंटेंशन. एंड व्हाट कंपनीज डू, कंपनीज राकेश से भी टारगेट लेती हैं, वो टारगेट को रिवाइज भी करती हैं. सो दैट मीन्स दे टेल राकेश, इट वाज अप्रोप्रिएट, इट वाज नॉट अप्रोप्रिएट, इट वाज under expectation, it is above expectation. So that target is being moderated, so that Rakesh becomes part of the target, target pool. तो जो बजट मीटिंग की मैं बात कर रही थी, हर साल सभी कंपनीज में होती है फरवरी के मंथ में, विच इज सेटिंग अप द टारगेट फॉर द एंटायर ईयर. सो इस बजट मीटिंग से पहले सभी सेल्स पर्सन से उनका टारगेट ले लिया जाता है, और वो टारगेट वहां पर प्रेजेंट किया जाता है, और टारगेट फिर मॉडरेट होके वापस आते हैं, राइट? सो दैट इज वन एस्पेक्ट हियर. ओके, सो व्हाट इज द नीड फॉर सेल्स कोटा? सो हम इसी चीज को एक बार देखते हैं कि क्या जरूरत है इसकी. सो वी सी हियर वी हैव परफॉर्मेंस स्टैंडर्ड्स, राइट? सो इट एक्ट्स एज अ परफॉर्मेंस स्टैंडर्ड्स. इट ऑल्सो व्हेन वी हैव एक्सपेंस परफॉर्मेंस स्टैंडर्ड कब हो गया? जब हमने उनको कहा कि आपको न्यू कॉल्स का आपका टारगेट है, दैट मीन्स नए कस्टमर से मिलने का टारगेट, इतने नए कस्टमर आपको लेके आने हैं, इतना आपको वॉल्यूम आपका इतना होना चाहिए, राइट? एक्सपेंस कंट्रोल का, एक्सपेंस का जब आपने कोटा लगा दिया तो एक्सपेंस कंट्रोल हो गया. एंड इट ऑल्सो मोटिवेट्स इफ सेल्स पर्सन अचीव्स द टारगेट, राइट? So at times we also incentivize them. So it acts as a incentive to the salespersons also, right? So acts as a motivation to them कि हम अगर achieve करेंगे तो हमें we may get financial as well as non-financial rewards, right? If we are able to achieve them. और फिर comparison भी होता है, who is performing better, who is not performing. So what are the factors influencing sales quotas? तो पुरानी sales, राइट? सो अगर हम कह रहे हैं कि आज की रेट में ई कॉमर्स की सेल में अगर 48% ग्रोथ आ रहा है, राइट? सो दैट इज कमिंग आउट बिकॉज ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री ट्रेंड. बट लास्ट ईयर कितना सेल्स था, वो भी एक पैरामीटर बन जाता है आपका इस साल का टारगेट बनाने के लिए, राइट? द बाइंग पावर, परचेजिंग पावर ऑफ द कस्टमर. थर्ड इज द कंपनी पॉलिसी. अगर कंपनी कोई नया कैंपेन लॉन्च करने वाली है या कोई कंपनी नया product launch करने वाली है, so they will be revising the targets, right? So all these three things are going to influence practically very much when the targets are being decided, or the your quotas are being decided, right? Next we have setting sales volume quotas. तो अब हम सभी quotas का बारी बारी बात करेंगे. First is the sales volume quotas, territory sales potential. So when we are setting up the target in terms of units or value, we look at the potential of the territory, right? How much, what is the potential of the territory? And then bottom up planning. Bottom up planning जैसे मैं अभी आपको बोल रही थी कि सबसे पहले आप जो है अपने सेल्स पर्सन से कहते हैं कि आप अपने अपने टारगेट बनाइए. So when they are to give their targets, they look at the past sales, right? And then they actually put in their personal abilities to achieve the targets, right? So that is what we are mean by when we say that we have territory sales potential as one of the ways of achieving the target, right? And then we look at bottom up planning, then ideal conditions, right? So recognize that sales potentials represent ideal conditions while quotas reflect attainable levels under less than ideal circumstances. Generally, जो भी करंट ग्रोथ रेट होगा इंडस्ट्री का, उससे आपके टारगेट्स ऊपर होते हैं. सो वी नीड टू बी लुकिंग एट व्हाट इज द मार्केट राइट नाउ, हाउ द मार्केट इज परफॉर्मिंग अकॉर्डिंगली दिस. सो टुडे वी सी दैट इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स आर परफॉर्मिंग वेरी वेल, राइट? And then their growth rate is high as compared to the petrol vehicles or diesel vehicles. So accordingly, when we see that the growth rate is high, their quota for individuals selling inside a car showroom will be higher as compared to the others, right? So the same salesperson will be dealing with both the cars, but his target for electric vehicles will be high as compared to the petrol vehicles because uska market growth rate is high here, right? Then achieving the accurate and fair quotas, right? That can be done by taking the consensus of the salesperson in deciding the quota. आपने देखा पूरी hierarchy है sales organization में. वाइस प्रेसिडेंट सेल्स, आपका सेल्स मैनेजर, आपके रीजनल मैनेजर, आपके एरिया मैनेजर, सब ऊपर बैठे हैं सेल्स पर्सन के. टारगेट किसका डिसाइड हो रहा है? सेल्स पर्सन का. सो इफ यू वांट टू हैव एक्यूरेट टारगेट्स, राइट, वी नीड टू बी looking at their inputs are must, right? Their participation is must in quota making or quota framing, right? That is a budget meeting में उनका भी बहुत बड़ा रोल होता है, सेल्स पर्सन का भी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल होता है. Further we look at types of sales quotas, right? So we have 3 types of sales quotas. We have sales volume quota, budget quotas, and then we have activity quota. So sales volume quota जैसे अभी हमने बात किया था, it can be in terms of unit as well as it can be in terms of value. Budget quotas are primarily for net profit. It can be for expenses. It can also be for gross margin, right? So हम basically profit को control करना चाह रहे हैं यहाँ पर. तो हमारे अगर expenses पे हम quota लगा देंगे तो हमारा net profit improve होता है, gross margin improve होता है, and that is how we take in more we may take in more money back, and then we as a business we can invest that. Then third is the activity quota, right? So activity quota is about number of calls being made, और मे बी एट टाइम्स कई बार क्या होता है कि सेल्स पर्सन को और भी काम दिए जाते हैं कि नया प्रोडक्ट आया है सुपरमार्केट्स में, आपको उसका डेमो करना है और टेस्ट ड्राइव्स करानी है, इफ देयर इज अ न्यू कार, राइट? सो उनका भी टारगेट आता है. So all those are basically activity quotas. So as a salesperson, right, I need to performing multiple things. ऐसा सिर्फ नहीं कि मुझे सिर्फ पिच करना है प्रोडक्ट को और उसको बेचना है, नहीं, मेरे पास और भी बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, right? So I need to be looking at the expenses. I need to be looking at my targets later on. I need to be looking at what are the different activities that the company wants me to do. And apart from that, जैसे जैसे हम हायरार्की में ऊपर बढ़ते हैं, हम ये भी देखते हैं कि ये सब एक्टिविटीज हमें करानी है, बट इसके लिए हम कैसे ट्रेनिंग दें, किस तरह के लोगों को रिक्रूट करें, दैट ऑल्सो बिकम्स पार्ट ऑफ द सेल्स मैनेजमेंट प्रोफाइल्स. ओके. Subsequently, sales volume quotas, as I just mentioned, it is about rupee sales, unit sales, and point sales. So what we need to do is we need to be continuously monitoring our salespersons so that they are able to achieve the quotas. If they're not achieving, we need to be informing them, and the quotas need to be fair. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि हम unreasonable targets दें और उसको अचीव ना कर पाए, फिर उनका इंसेंटिव चला जाए. सो वी नीड टू बी वेरी फेयर इन व्हेन वी आर एक्चुअली डिसाइडिंग ऑन द quotas. So now the next topic, I think this is the last topic that we have, but it's the most important of all. Why this is most important? Because when we say motivation as a definition, right? So motivation is inner urge to do something. So in the case of सेल्स पर्सनल, आप देख रहे हैं हायरार्की में सेल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्ट्रक्चर में कितना नीचे है, और सबसे ज्यादा प्रेशर उनके ऊपर है एंड दे नीड टू परफॉर्म, और उसके ऊपर उनके पास कोटा भी लगा रखा है, राइट? उनको हर तरह की डिफिकल्ट सिचुएशन मिलती है, डिफिकल्ट कस्टमर्स मिलते हैं, दे नीड टू वेरी गुड इन देयर कम्युनिकेशन, दे नीड टू बी वेरी गुड इन नेगोशिएशन स्किल्स, they need to be very good in their product skills also, but at the same time they have huge targets also. Apart from that, they have huge expectation to be aligning with different functional teams. चाहे आप अपनी कंपनी के अंदर या कंपनी के बाहर, they are supposed to be coordinating well with everyone, right? And at the same time they need to be motivated, right? So motivation उनका बने रहना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है, right? So this part of the chapter, right, in class 12 talks about the motivation and its benefits for the sales, right, and how compensation can be used as a motivation perspective. सभी किताबों में, right, whether we are talking of sales management books or distribution channel management books, they all talk about motivation and compensation together, because people get motivated by compensation. This compensation can be monetary or it can be non-monetary, but they get motivated by both of them. So you may have, at times you might have seen in some of the stores, you see star of the month laga hota hai kisi ke naam ke saath mein. So that is also acting as a motivation for the individual. When you give promotion, that is also acting as a motivation for the individual, right, to perform better, because finally जो पूरी कंपनी है उसका वो इन्हीं के कंधों पे चल रही है, सेल्स पर्सन के कंधे पे चल रही है, बिकॉज दे आर जनरेटिंग हायर रेवेन्यूज फॉर द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन टू सस्टेन. Okay, so we look at right, so how do we actually look at motivation? So as per the definition, it is a felt need, a stimulus and satisfaction upon goal attainment, right? So it is basically the driving force that actually propels, right, pushes the salesperson to perform better. So importance of motivation in sales. So it is basically the, sales is the lifeblood of any organization. Motivation is actually giving it the thrust, right? तो basic जो अगर हमने हार्ट पढ़ा है तो उसमें ऐसे नोट होता है, ऐसे नोट से thrust आता है, right? तो सेल्स अगर लाइफ ब्लड है तो मोटिवेशन उसमें thrust है, right? ऐसे नोट से जो करंट आ रहा है उसी से आपका पूरा मोटिवेशन चल रहा है, मोटिवेशन से आपका सेल्स इज हैपनिंग. सो मोटिवेटेड टीम्स ड्राइव सक्सेस. So they actually lead to higher revenue growth, they lead to brand awareness, and they lead to increased sales. So if a salesperson is motivated, he'll talk a lot about his product to the customers, he'll actually achieve all his quota targets. And then so quotas are basically the targets having defined, keeping a growth in mind. ये growth कहाँ से आ रही है? इंडस्ट्री ग्रोथ के ऊपर, लास्ट ईयर के परफॉर्मेंस के ऊपर ग्रोथ आ रही है. तो अगर सेल्स पर्सन मोटिवेटेड होगा तो ग्रोथ आपकी बेटर होगी, और कंपनी के बारे में, प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में लोगों को ज्यादा बेहतर पता होगा. दैट इज व्हाट मोटिवेशन डज, राइट? सो व्हाट डू वी नीड टू डू फॉर मोटिवेशन स्ट्रैटेजीज, राइट? सो 3 dimensions are there, right? So 1 dimension is intensity of desire, second is persistence, and third is direction, right? So a salesperson needs to be having high intensity, high desire to work, right? He need to be persistent in his effort towards achieving the objective, and his objective should be in the direction of achieving the quotas, right? So commitment hona chahiye salesperson ke andar. He should have high intensity to achieve the quotas, and he should be persistent in his efforts. If he is not able to do that, he should be seeking some kind of help from his managers, so that he is able to achieve the targets in the right direction. So there are 2 kinds of motivation: intrinsic motivation versus extrinsic motivation, as the name is suggesting, right? Intrinsic motivation comes from within, right? So you are self-motivated to, do what you are asked to do. And extrinsic motivation is basically you are driven by, the compensation that you get, the rewards that you get, the appreciation that you get, or the promotion that you're about to get. All those are extrinsic motivations. So motivation can be driven either intrinsically or extrinsically, right? So it can be related with kids who are studying, maybe in terms of, they want to study, right? Either they're internally motivated to study, or they're looking at maybe their parents will appreciate them, or they will get good admission. So that can be another motivation. That is extrinsic motivation, right? So the motivation which is coming from within is intrinsic. Motivation which is coming from outside is extrinsic. So people who are, motivated, how do they look like? They look like dedicated performers, they are goal oriented, and then they are action takers, right? So these are the characteristics of motivated sales employees. Further traits are they have high market knowledge, they do strong follow up, they are extremely skilled communicators. So communication is the key, right? I think आज पूरा दिन में हमने कई बार communication सुना होगा. So whenever we are talking of sales or we are talking of retail, right, communication is the key here. And further we have they act as advisors, right? So they're not, they're not pushy, right? The people who are good in sales, they're not pushy. They act as advisors. They may say आपकी जगह मैं होता तो ऐसा करता. If I give you a genuine advice, this is the product which is best for you. Maybe if you're going to buy a car, right? So the salesperson is suggesting that depending upon the interest or the taste that you have, right? आपकी current car को देख के लगता है ये खरीदना चाहिए. आपके पास ये वाला बाइक है, आपके ऊपर ये सूट करेगा. Those kind of things. So they're acting as advisors. They're not very pushy, right? They are looking at the right opportunity to hit you there and convert a lead into a sales, right? So they're opportunity seekers. They look at the feedback that the customer is giving and then they learn on it and then they modify their sales pitch accordingly and then they're able to close the deal, right? So these are the characteristics of motivated salespersons and sales teams. So this is it, right? So we found that how does motivated people look like, motivated salesperson look like, what is the role of motivation, but there is what companies can do. Company can come out with some kind of compensation versus non-compensation rewards. यहाँ पर जो word मुझे लग रहा है non-compensation use किया गया, financial की जगह use किया गया, right? So there's a term, compensation versus non-compensation. Many books talk about financial versus non-financial rewards, right? So when I talk about compensation rewards, right, so it is basically financial compensation, money, perks, etc., right? It also talks about growth, promotion, recognition. That is a non-financial one. Non-compensation rewards are basically, interesting jobs, adequate resources, and supportive leadership, as the book says. So by definition, it is the salespersons are paid exclusively by a salary, best suited by sales support personnel and sales trainees, right? So this is financial compensation, straight salary. So when we look at this aspect, right, if I have to write down here, if I say compensation, we say compensation, financial, non-financial. Financial में हमारे पास salary आता है, salary plus commission आता है, salary plus commission plus bonus आता है. So that is also one way of rewarding you financially. Bonus is one-time lump sum payment being given on achieving an annual target, right? Whereas commission is short-term incentive on achieving the monthly targets, right? Salary is the fixed component of your compensation, right, which is being given as you're working in a. So it depends, what kind of product you have. आप ऐसा कर सकते हैं as a company, right? So what happens is many times companies का जो structure होता है ना, compensation structure, that is basically to motivate employees. कैसे motivate करेंगे कि आपका जो existing products हैं उनकी सेल पे तो आपको सैलरी मिलती है, बट अगर आप नए प्रोडक्ट्स बेचते हैं, जो नया कंपनी का प्रोडक्ट आया तो उस पर आपको कमीशन मिलता है. दैट इज अ कंपनी इज ट्राइंग टू मॉडरेट your behavior of what you will sell and what you will not, right? So this is the financial component reward, straight salary, which is extremely simple to administer, right? लेकिन जैसे आप देखिए कि सेल्स पर्सन को जनरली स्ट्रेट सैलरी वाले जॉब्स कम होती हैं. पहले जो मिशनरी सेल्स पर्सन की हमने यहाँ भी बात करी, आई थिंक मॉर्निंग में मैम ने भी बात करी होगी. तो मिशनरी सेल्स पर्सन आर बेसिकली सेल्स पर्सन विच आर सेलिंग और टॉकिंग अबाउट द फार्मास्यूटिकल प्रोडक्ट्स टू डॉक्टर्स. तो इनकी पहले स्ट्रेट सैलरी होती थी, फिक्स सैलरी होती थी, कोई इंसेंटिव नहीं होता था, बिकॉज ऐसा माना जाता है कि आपका जो फार्मास्यूटिकल प्रोडक्ट्स हैं वो आप डॉक्टर को इन्फॉर्म कर रहे हैं, आप बेचने नहीं जा रहे हैं, राइट? सो दैट वाज अ स्ट्रेट सैलरी कंपोनेंट व्हिच वाज देयर. ओके, सेकंड वन इज straight commission, financial compensation reward, straight commission. So here the commission is paid for every sale that is closed. Generally जो high value items होते हैं या जो difficult to sell products होते हैं वहां पर सभी में, जैसे इंश्योरेंस में है, हर सेल आप क्लोज करेंगे तो आपको कमीशन मिलेगा आपको उसके ऊपर, या जो हाई वैल्यू आइटम्स होंगे उनमें भी every sale that you close you'll get maybe the commission, that is whatever is being decided by the company, right? So advantages, it encourages efficient performance, perceived as equitable, attracts efficient workers and benefits the company during slow seasons. तो इससे कंपनी को उन प्रोडक्ट्स को बेचने में आसानी होती है जो कि स्लो होते हैं या मार्केट बहुत ज्यादा कॉम्पिटिटिव है. सो इट गिव्स अ मोटिवेशन टू द एम्प्लॉइज टू सेल दीज प्रोडक्ट्स. जैसे मैंने पहले भी बताया कि जो प्रोडक्ट्स नए हैं तो उसमें आप कमीशन दे सकते हैं, सो दैट आल्सो हेल्प्स द कंपनी. Okay. Then we have performance bonus, right? So this is generally annual reward, right? So this is for आपने if you're able to achieve a particular target in a year, तो आपको annual bonus मिलता है, right? So this is one time compensation being given on achieving a specific target, right? So that is how it is different than the commission and the straight salary. Okay. Then we have financial compensation as salary plus incentive plans, right? So we can have here in terms of salary plus incentive, I already discussed. Fixed salary हो सकता है, फिक्स्ड ओनली इंसेंटिव हो सकता है, ओनली बोनस हो सकता है, या फिर सैलरी प्लस इंसेंटिव हो सकता है, सैलरी प्लस बोनस हो सकता है, सैलरी प्लस इंसेंटिव प्लस बोनस हो सकता है, राइट? सो दीज आर द डिफरेंट mechanisms which are being used by companies to moderate the employees' motivation towards specific products. Right, so we see here, so this is straight salary and commission key differences. Straight salary, salesperson are paid exclusively by a salary, whereas a commission is paid to salespeople for every sale they successfully close, right? So it depends upon how the company wants to take it further, right? So combination plans and sales skills, right? So skill levels, combination plans are useful when the skill levels of the sales force is different, and since more sales means more commission, salespeople sometimes extend more sales on credit to unworthy customers. So that is one drawback of this. Then we have personal skills. Salesperson's personal skills in making sales are important in getting him to get consideration proportion of salary plus incentive. So these are like this particular part of the chapter is basically just trying to relate that हमारा combination plans कहाँ चलते हैं. लेकिन practically speaking, combination plans are everywhere, right? I think that straight salary बहुत कम जगह पर है, straight commission भी कम है, but this combination plan is working everywhere. Somewhere you have salary plus commission, somewhere you have salary plus bonus, somewhere you have salary plus commission plus bonus, because all of them have different kind of repercussions on the employee's motivation to achieve the targets. So then we have non-compensation rewards, right? So non-compensation rewards is like we can think of is the promotion, right? So promotion is a non-compensation. The salary may not increase, but you may get promotion with higher responsibilities. So you feel more valued in the company. Your self-esteem boosts up, right? So it is highly valued amongst the salespeople, right? And they feel that, okay, now they have grown in their career, right? So they act as a non-financial or non-compensation motivator, right? So the second one is sense of accomplishment, right? So this is basically the boss may give you a sense of accomplishment that, okay, you have achieved the target, which is 100%, and they may give you some kind of maybe a plate which is mentioning this, a certificate which is mentioning that you have achieved achieved 100% targets, or you're able to achieve whatever has been given to you. So that brings in the role clarity. You feel more happy about it, but that doesn't bring in money to your kitty. That is another way of keeping the salespersons motivated. Third one is opportunities for personal growth, expanding horizons. So there are two things here, right? So opportunities for personal growth. So that is part of the HR's रोल इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. दो तरह से आपकी ग्रोथ हो सकती है. एक तो आपकी वर्टिकल ग्रोथ हो सकती है, एक आपकी हॉरिजॉन्टल ग्रोथ हो सकती है. हॉरिजॉन्टल ग्रोथ में ये हो सकता है कि आपने सेल्स में बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया एंड यू हैव एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू अपीयर फॉर अ ट्रेनी इन द ट्रेनिंग डिपार्टमेंट, राइट? सो दैट इज वन. सेकेंड इज आप मार्केटिंग टीम में भी जा सकते हैं, मार्केटिंग रिसर्च टीम में जा सकते हैं. दैट इज अनदर वे ऑफ which can actually reflect on the growth of salespersons, and that is very practical, right? This happens very normally, that salespersons may go to the, जैसे रिटेल में काम करें तो विजुअल मर्केंडाइजिंग में चले गए, या फिर आप सेल्स में थे तो आप ट्रेनिंग देखने लगे हैं, या फिर सेल्स में है तो मार्केटिंग में एब्जॉर्ब हो गए, बिकॉज यू परफॉर्म्ड वेरी वेल देयर. सो इफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इज एबल टू प्रोवाइड दीज काइंड ऑफ ग्रोथ अपॉर्चुनिटीज, वर्टिकल एज वेल एज, सो वर्टिकल तो है ही आपके पास. वर्टिकल में तो आप कहते ही हैं कि सेल्स पर्सन जो है एरिया सेल्स मैनेजर बन सकता है. जब हमने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्ट्रक्चर देखा, एरिया सेल्स मैनेजर बन सकता है, फिर जोनल सेल्स मैनेजर बन सकता है, फिर आपका नेशनल सेल्स मैनेजर बन सकता है. दैट इज वन. हम बात करें हॉरिजॉन्टल अपॉर्चुनिटीज की बात कर रहे हैं, जहां पर कि आपको you can be part of larger projects, you can go to the other lateral job roles. That is also part of non compensation rewards, right? Then recognition, as I mentioned, right? So formal and informal appreciation for sense of accomplishment that you have. So in the maybe annual meeting, they actually take you to some great location, and then they mention that okay, you have performed really well. That can recognition in the organization can also act as a non compensation reward. Then company perks, right? So adding value beyond salary, right? So company perks in terms of extra benefits. So you may get a car, you may get gym memberships, you may get luxury apartment, you may get subsidized coupons for specific restaurants, right? So all those may act as the non-compensatory rewards, right? And whereby the salesperson may feel delighted to be part of, or he may feel motivated to perform better in the organization. Then we have job security is next mentioned in your syllabus as the next non-compensatory reward, right? So high performance, we have showed a job security within the organizations, right? So this act as a reward because at times, but I don't know, job security, nobody actually promises job security, right? So it may be kind of it is unsaid truth that okay, we'll retain you if there are tough situations, but nobody promises job security, but that may come with your great performance. Then knowledge of results, right? So positive feedback and attention from a boss are top non-financial incentive for employees. So if you have good results, right? So people seek opinions from you. Maybe it is your manager or your maybe the other vertical manager. They come to you and then they invite you and ask you how you have done so well in your domain. So that is another way of non-financial rewards. So recommendation for special training by your bosses, right? Or maybe company sponsored higher education, company sponsored certificate programs may also act as a non-financial rewards or non-compensatory rewards, but they do have financial bearing for the company, may not be for you, but actually that helps you in your career growth, and you feel delighted to be part of the organization, and then you perform better in your sales role. Right. So further, we look at what is the impact of non-compensation rewards, right? So they mark winners as special and deserving, imparting prestige among peers and offering satisfaction. अगर हम Maslow's hierarchy देखते हैं तो esteem need को बहुत ज़्यादा satisfy करता है ये. These rewards complement financial incentives, creating a motivated and engaged sales force by understanding and implementing these strategies. Organizations drive performance and achieve their objectives. Right, so that's all from my side for today's session. I'm open for question and answer if you have any. So I think it was. I'll just brief up on what all we have discussed so far because it was really interesting. I'll just write it here in this slide only. Right, so we actually tried to focus on the class 12th of syllabus of salesmanship, right? So I drew through curriculum, right? What all projects works are there in different topics? What are the different topics here? And then we touched upon starting from sales organization structure. What are the different structures, and what does it mean to be having a structure, right? Why do these structures are required? And then moving to inside sales and field sales. So there are two dimensions here, right? So there's inside sales, that is the sales within a retail store, and field sales where you're going and interacting with the customer there. Then further from there, we picked up that there are some quotas to be fixed up for the performance and the performance evaluation, right? So quotas can be in different formats, right? So if you want to give examples to students in the class for different kind of quotas, I think these books can be good source of information for you. Right, so I mentioned about Havaldar is one author, another is Tapan Panda is another, right? So you can look at them, and those can help you, understand it further. There are some videos, although Sunita ji mentioned about them, right? So this is so there is something, salesforce.com, you'll find some videos, and sellingpower.com, forbes.com, right? So somebody has mentioned about, what about teaching pedagogies, right? So teaching pedagogies, I mentioned that one is, you can I initially talked about when we're looking at each of the categories, right? So I touched upon them, that what all can be used for inside sales. I think role play is the best one, right? हमारे पास बहुत ज़्यादा मटेरियल भी नहीं है क्लास 12 में उसके ऊपर, बट जितना भी है उसको समझाने के लिए आई थिंक दिस इज द बेस्ट थिंग which can be done, right? So this is so role play is there, it is best. When you're looking at quotas, right? So quotas के लिए case study is the best thing which should be done. Case study can be picked up from case study can be picked up from Havaldar and this Tapan Panda book, right? So which is also which can be picked up from there, because that will have relevant examples whereby activity quota क्या होता है, आपका sales volume quota क्या है, specific examples वहाँ पर दिए हुए हैं, तो आप वहाँ से अगर pick up करेंगे that will be better. And if you look at compensation and non-compensation rewards, I think there is one aspect is theoretically तो यहाँ पर दिया हुआ है, क्लास 12 की किताब में आपके दिया हुआ है, बट इसमें एक एक्टिविटी दी हुई है आपको, right, which is mentioning that interview a salesperson and identify what are the financial and non-financial rewards they have been getting, right? तो जब हम स्टूडेंट्स को ये एक्टिविटी देते हैं, चाहे हम ग्रुप में देते हैं या फिर इंडिविजुअल देते हैं, that is going to bring lots of information back to the class, right? Because इसमें रियल टाइम इंफॉर्मेशन की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है. When I say compensation and non-compensation rewards or financial or non-financial rewards, every company may have a different kind of mechanism, right? या फिर हम ये भी बात करते हैं compensation कितनी तरह का है, अगर हमारा salary plus incentive है, fixed salary है, नहीं है, तो आप अगर students से information मंगवाएंगे, right, in the form of a project work or whatever, and then they can present it, right? So that will be great, right? So okay. So further question is elaborate project and practical file. I think I'll go back to the I'll just show you. I'm not getting option for sharing the screen. I think screen is not visible, but I think I would like to, Sunita ji, I'm not unable to share the screen right now.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah, it is not visible.
Yeah. अच्छा दिख गया अब, ठीक है अभी हो गया. That's fine. It was not there. Right. So as you see in the slide, I hope it is visible, right? Towards the, and last two lines. And as per the project being mentioned in your course curriculum, it is mentioned that the final project should encompass introduction, identification of core and advanced issues, learning and understanding and observation during the project period, right? So basically a project can be given as, visiting a salesman, interviewing a salesman, and then they can write in detail about the company and what all they have observed in terms of what all you have taught, right? So हमारे पास, if you look at class 12th, हमने देखा सेल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है एक, राइट, इनसाइड सेल्स है, फील्ड सेल्स है, सेल्स कोटाज है, सेल्स फाइनेंशियल कॉम्पनसेशन है. तो ये 5 के ऊपर ही हम बच्चों को प्रोजेक्ट दे सकते हैं. आइदर यू कैन पिक अप वन ऑफ देम और यू कैन पिक अप ऑल ऑफ देम, right? When you ask the students to do an interview of a salesperson and write it down, and then they can also present in the class. So this can be a good project, and it will have learning amongst all, right? एक बच्चे present करेंगे, दूसरे उनसे सीखेंगे, and खुद से जाके जब वो interview करेंगे उन्हें सारे dimensions के ऊपर detail पता चलेगा. I hope that solves the issue. Then okay, so you have this is somebody mentioned about project, practical file, and demonstration, right? So these are the suggested project practical activities, right? So role playing can be there. That is one, that is in the lab, whereby students can act as salesman and customer. इसमें बहुत अच्छा ये रहेगा कि आप उनसे कहिए कि जो वो उन्होंने देखा है, सपोज वो मैकडोनल्ड्स जाते हैं या फिर लोकल किराना की दुकान में ही जाते हैं या फिर कहीं पर कपड़े खरीदने गए हैं, उसी को वो वापस इनैक्ट करेंगे, keeping the center point as a salesperson, right? Because हमारे पास यहाँ पर बहुत ज्यादा स्पेस नहीं है. हमारे पास देखिए सेल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, बिना सेल्स के इंडिविजुअल से बात करें आप सेल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन निकाल नहीं सकते हैं आप इंटरव्यू के बिना. सेकेंड इज इफ यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट सेल्स कोटास, राइट, आइदर वी नीड अ केस स्टडी or we need again information from a salesperson who is already in compensation में भी ऐसा ही है, राइट. हमने जो यहाँ पर है सेल्स प्रेजेंटेशन प्लान है, उसमें हम ये कर सकते हैं कि जो सेकंड इसी स्लाइड में दिख रहा होगा आपको, सेल्स प्रेजेंटेशन प्लान इज बेसिकली you can pick up selected products and then you can ask students to identify who will be the customers और उनको आप कैसे pitch करने वाले हो प्रोडक्ट, राइट. सो बेसिकली सेल्स pitch they can draw, और सेल्स pitch तो बच्चे बना भी सकते हैं और गूगल से देखकर भी they can actually work on it and refine it and present it. Then third one is outdoor salesman interview. This is the perfect thing for class 12th, right? Outdoor salesman interview, because this will give insight to each and every topic that is there in this particular book. So I'll suggest that all of you should, ask your students to do a project on this, and smaller activities guided by what kind of selling activities they are seeing while they're going out with their parents or by themselves. That is another. Okay. So another, so this particular slide, next slide is also there, which is listing down the activities on the basis of each and every topic. Right. So we see inside selling. Inside selling, we have, I think it is not visible. I'll share it again. So in this particular slide, what we see here is practical activities unit wise, right? I started from here. So inside selling, you can ask them students to visit stores and then compare their layout and display. This is for inside selling, right? You can also ask them to observe as part of second practical activity the roles being performed by the salesperson as facilitator, demonstrator, and administrator, right? Then second, for field selling, I have mentioned 2 activities, right? Inside selling हमारे पास 2 activities है, field selling की भी 2 activities हैं. इसमें we can ask students to prepare PPT, right, on sales quotas, and then they can draw a PPT on terms of how sales quotas can help in maximizing the profit for the company, or how sales quotas can help in motivating employees, right? So they can answer these questions by drawing PPT on them. Then the third, in motivation and compensation, you can ask them to interact with salesperson and then identify motivated and unmotivated persons and their industry and the reasons behind it, right? Further, you can ask them to check for their compensation and non-compensation rewards and list them and present them. So that is, these are practical activities, I think, that is being mentioned here. For record marks, I had already mentioned प्रोजेक्ट के 10 मार्क्स हैं, प्रैक्टिकल फाइल के 15 नंबर हैं और वाइवा के 5 मार्क्स हैं. This I already mentioned. And okay, let me just see if I can show you something. Just wait for a moment. I can show you something. I hope this is visible.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Right. So what do we see here is basically there is so this is I have I think I've picked up from one of the books, or I've tried to tweak it a little for my class. So there are 3 salespersons, right? उनका sales quota कितना था, actual sales कितनी की है, तो उससे हम उनकी performance measure कर सकते हैं, कैसी performance. So this is a very, very simple exercise, right, which can be utilized for classroom explanation also, that how so you can tweak the numbers in terms of hundreds or thousands, whatever you feel comfortable, right? Or I think there are few more I can see. Yeah, there are many questions here I have written down. Yeah, I'll just show this slide only because I think they're interested in some examples to this. So this I picked up from some book which talks about how the profitability for what kind of quota should be picked up and what kind of profitability will come, right? That is one. And question number 3. So how if you're looking at sales quotas, how it is related to territories and sales potential. So this is again an explanation question for students. Then branch manager, and then people have talking of some issues, how you can handle with the help of quotas, right? So all are related to quotas only, all these questions. So this I've already shown you, right? So that is another question. So how they can actually find out the performance. This is a third question again on quotas. So this I've picked up from different books, right? So the books I was mentioning, as somebody was asking that please show us the example. So these are the examples for this, right? So any other question that you see, Sunita ma'am, which needs to be answered? I think they're asking.
Ma'am, that we can ask from the group.
Yeah, I see something on a chat box, no? There's some, yeah, so there is, so I'm answering only those questions which are there in the chat box, on the chat which are there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think more or less you have taken the topic in depth, and like we have thoroughly enjoyed, with your insightful and a very practical oriented session, ma'am.
So I think there is one question. All other questions I've answered. There's one question which is the difference between project and practical file. I think project has got a weightage of around 15 marks, if I'm not wrong.
Right.
Yeah, right. And practical file is different. Yeah, practical file is 15 marks and project is 10 marks. So project has to be a summative assessment. Like whatever we have done, they'll do one comprehensive project. जिसमें कि आप ऐसा कर सकते हैं कि जो वो इंटरव्यू करेंगे सेल्स पर्सन का, उसका इनसाइट बच्चे उसमें लिख सकते हैं. Whereas practical file has to be smaller activities that you have done. They need to report that, and that has to be kept for assessment. That's right, Sunita ji?
Yes, ma'am, exactly.
Right. Okay. Yeah, one project is enough. Somebody is asking only one project is enough. I think only one project of interviewing the salesperson will be suffice for this particular subject, class 12 especially. All 3-4 topics will be covered in one project. A छोटा सा interview होगा half an hour, and kids can do it on their own. They'll find somebody who is into sales, and they can do
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
yeah. So practical file can include unit-wise session. The project
Yeah.
can be just one. Yes.
Just one. Having a comprehensive, perspective. Like I think it's there in the curriculum also. They have mentioned practical, activities, right, in each of the units. So when your kids are preparing practical file, you can, ask them to, whatever activities you have given to them, वो activities उसमें file करके रख सकते हैं. प्रोजेक्ट के लिए आप सिंगल असेसमेंट दे दीजिए जहां पर कि दे आर सपोज टू बी इंटरव्यूइंग अ सेल्स मैनेजर, दैट्स इट, सेल्स एग्जीक्यूटिव, सेल्स मैनेजर, हुएवर, बिकॉज वो सारे क्वेश्चन आंसर हो जाएंगे, आपके सेल्स बजट भी हो जाएगा, कोटा भी हो जाएगा, कॉम्पनसेशन भी हो जाएगा, और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्ट्रक्चर, तीन ही चीजें हैं, इसके बियॉन्ड है नहीं यहाँ पर कुछ, तीनों चीजें एड्रेस हो जाएंगी यहाँ. I hope that is all. Any other question? And then what to assess on answer books for practical exam? I think the whatever is being given, you just look at the curriculum. What do we call it? The course curriculum on CBSE website, CBSE Skill Education website.
Ma'am.
It gives you unit
Course
wise
curriculum.
practical activities, और हर एक में आपको 2-3 एक्टिविटी सब में दी हुई हैं. तो प्रैक्टिकल फाइल के लिए आप उसी को एक्टिविटी को करिए, बिकॉज वो यूनिट वाइज है, तो आपका असेसमेंट भी समझ में आएगा, असेस क्या करना है. दैट विल आल्सो बी वेरी, बस वो बना ही ऐसे हुआ है, यूनिट वाइज बना हुआ है. I hope that serves the purpose. I think thank you so much from my side to you and Jyoti ji and all the participants for being there.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was truly an insightful session. You have actually taken us in depth and like given us very, very nice examples, and very, practical oriented session it was. So thank you once again. Thank you everyone for joining us. If you have any feedback or something, you can share it on the chat. Thank you for joining. Have a lovely evening. With this, we close our session. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Bye. Thanks.
Bye.